Chapter 82. The Plaza in Front of Nebula Pavilion. Chu Hen wore a faint smile as he looked at Mu Feng beside him. The latter's face was filled with depression, and his body was covered in dust. This smelly old man, his ears are so sharp. Earlier, when they were looking for Eldering in Nebula Pavilion to farm new star points and exchange for resources, after Mu Feng had exchanged for a profound accumulation pill, he muttered with a mosquito-like voice just as he was about to leave the main entrance. "Strange old man, if you want to use a coffin, you should be the one to use it first." Immediately after, there was a scream of pain, and Mu Feng was directly blasted out from inside. He fell on his back in a dog-eating-shit posture. "Would it kill you to speak a little less?" Chu Hen was both angry and amused as he replied, "Would it kill me?" Mu Feng was also incredibly depressed. He rolled his eyes and laughed darkly. "Hee, smelly old man, you dare to kick me? Tell your daughter to be careful on her way home, and one day I'll let you have a grandson." Looking at Elder Ying's age, his daughter is at least 40 or 50 years old. Chu Hen replied carelessly. Mu Feng glared, and the smile on his face immediately froze. "You're so nosy. This handsome Feng only likes this, can't you?" Senior brother Chu Hen. At the same time, Li Hui and Zhou Lu had already come out of Nebula Pavilion. "Is everything done?" Chu Hen asked. "Yes, senior sister." Zhou Lu received an essence bone pill. "I don't have enough star points, so I'll keep it for now. When I have accumulated a certain amount, I'll come back to exchange for it," Li Hui answered. Chu Hen nodded. "Then let's go." Junior brother Chu Hen. Something bad has happened. Just as they were about to return, a man around 18 years old hurriedly ran towards them. This person was none other than Gu Qing, who had received him on his first day in the academy. "Senior brother Gu Qing, why are you in such a hurry?" Chu Hen smiled. "Junior brother, the emperor, people from Tifeng province have come. They said that you killed Rin Chong, and if Tensei Prefecture does not hand you over, they will not rest. Go and hide for now." "Damn, so shameless." Mu Feng jumped up and scolded. Chu Hen frowned and asked solemnly, "What's the situation now?" "Many teachers and students from the Imperial Wind Martial House have come. Now, Teacher Songqing is mediating with them at the 7 Stars Square. I'm afraid that you'll pass by on your way back, so I came to inform you not to go." Hearing this, Li Hui and Zhou Lu couldn't help but change slightly. "Mother her, this Emperor Wind Martial House is too much of a bully. Life and death on the martial stage are up to fate, and now they're here to cause trouble?" Li Hui cursed. Chu Hen's gaze slightly focused. After thinking for a while, he resolutely headed towards a certain direction. "Fuck, are you tired of living?" Mu Feng said, "This matter started because of me. If I don't resolve it today, there will be a second and third time in the future. Since I can't hide, why should I hide and become a laughingstock?" Of course, Chu Hen knew that Tensei Prefecture would not hand him over easily. Otherwise, the Academy's reputation would be tarnished. Of course, Chu Hen knew that Tensei Prefecture would not hand him over easily. Otherwise, the Academy's reputation would be tarnished. If Chu Hen hid in the dark and did not show himself, he would be laughed at as a coward. 7 Stars Plaza. At this moment, the entire square was in chaos. The situation in the square was divided into 2 factions. Both sides were facing each other, and the atmosphere was restless and hostile. "Song Qinglai, if you don't hand over that bastard Chu Hen today, Tifeng Province will not let this go." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. His face was dark, and he glared at Song Qinglai and the Tensei Prefecture crowd in front of him. There were close to 100 people behind the middle-aged man. There were more than 10 people dressed as teachers, and the rest were students from Tifeng Province. These students also had indignant expressions. Their faces were filled with hatred and resentment. Last night, Chu Hen killed the Emperor Win's newcomer king, Rin Chong, in front of tens of thousands of people at the Elite Stars competition. To the entire Emperor Wind martial house, this could be said to be an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Shi Hui, your Tifeng province is too ridiculous. Song Qinglai took a few steps forward. His powerful voice was like a tidal wave. Since ancient times, life and death have been decided by fate. Today, you brought so many people to cause trouble. Aren't you looking down on our Tensei prefecture too much? That's right. This is too outrageous. This is too much of a bully. We will never hand him over. The many teachers and students from Tensei prefecture behind Song Qinglai rebuked him angrily. The middle-aged man called Shi Hui's face darkened even more. He said angrily, Song Qinglai, you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this matter will not end here. Shi Hui's attitude was also very unyielding. He was one of the most reputable instructors in the imperial capital's many martial houses teams. The main reason was that Rin Chong, who had been killed by Chu Hen, was his direct disciple. As this year's newcomer, Rin Chong was not only at the 3rd level of the natal opening realm, but he also possessed the soul lock battle physique. Shi Hui had always valued Ren Chong's talent and potential. But who would have thought that Ren Chong would lose his life in the arena of the Star Summit 2 months after entering the academy? How could Shi Hui not be angry? How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? Looking at the other party's attitude today, he was determined to make Song Qinglai hand over Chu Hen. To be honest, Tensei Prefecture was also sullen and angry. They were being bullied right at their doorstep. If this was in the past, which elite martial house would have dared to come knocking on their door with such a large force? But now, Tifeng Province really did not care about Tensei Prefecture at all. Thinking about it made him feel somewhat helpless. Chu Hen is here. Just as the atmosphere between the two sides was in a state of tension, an exclamation broke the current stalemate. Everyone's gaze swept towards the same direction. They saw a young, slender, and handsome figure walking towards them. Under that amiable and approachable appearance, there was a wisp of sharp light faintly emitting from it. This fellow, he really dared to come? Wu Zhe said coldly from the side. Even though he was also teacher Shi Lan's direct disciple, Wu Zhe did not look worried at all. Instead, he seemed to be taking pleasure in Ren Chong's misfortune. It was obvious that Wu Zhe was still brooding over Chu Hen knocking him off the wooden stake array a few days ago at the Maple Forest stake. Beside him stood He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Bian Hong, and a few other direct disciples of teacher Shilan. He probably dared to come out because he knew that teacher Song Qinglai would not hand him over. Bian Hong smiled with interest. He Qingyuan and Lu Yu both frowned slightly. To be honest, both of them rather admired Chu Hen. Now that they heard someone on their side mocking him, they were more or less displeased. Seeing Chu Hen arrive with Mu Feng, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu, Song Qinglai frowned and signaled Chu Hen to come to his side with his eyes. However, Chu Hen did not do so. His gaze turned to the people of Tifeng Province, and he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I, Chu Hen, am here. May I ask why you have come from afar? Shi Hui laughed coldly, and a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. You are Chu Hen. Very well, swoosh. Before he finished speaking, Shi Hui's figure moved, and he shot out explosively. Surging essential vitality, surged towards Chu Hen like a rising tide. The piercingly cold aura pressed down like a mountain, and the ferocious power made it impossible for anyone to move. Humph! Song Qinglia's expression darkened, and he charged forward without hesitation. A dazzling golden, holy light bloomed like the sun, and the strong wind that was stirred up hurt everyone's face. Boom! When he was less than 2 meters away from Chu Hen, Song Qinglai successfully intercepted Shi Hui at lightning speed. The two of them fiercely bombarded each other with their palms, and the shock wave exploded in the square, like a thunderstorm. The scattered, quintessential energies wantonly collided with each other, and a powerful chi wave swept up the dust and leaves on the ground with a power that could sweep away 1,000 soldiers. The people on both sides were also shaken by the aftershock and took a few steps back. Shi Hui, you're really shameless. As a core tutor of Tifeng province, you actually attacked a new student in public. Did you live like a dog? Song Qinglai stood in front of Chu Hen and shouted at Shi Hui while pointing at him. After being scolded, Shi Hui's face darkened. He clenched his fists and shouted coldly, "Humph, a life for a life. It's only right and proper. This B***starred killed my student, so why can't I touch him?" Song Qinglai was about to scold him again, but Chu Hen spoke first. "May I ask, is there a rule that says killing is not allowed in the Stars tournament?" According to the agreement made before the tournament, there are no specific rules in the Stars tournament. There are only winners and losers. Since there is no rule that says killing is not allowed, then what did I do wrong? Chu Hen took a step forward. His pitch-black and deep eyes flickered with a blade-like sharpness. He shouted once again, furthermore, "Rin Chong tried to kill me with every move. Could it be that only he can kill me and I can't kill him? Let me ask you, Tifeng province, how can you distinguish right from wrong by coming here to cause trouble today?" Wow. There was a round of applause from Tensei Prefecture. "You're absolutely right, Senior Brother Chu Hen. Life and death are up to fate on the arena. There is no rule that says killing is not allowed." After being scolded by Chu Hen, Shi Hui did not know how to refute. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth angrily. However, just at this moment, from within the Emperor Wind Martial Houses group, a young figure with extraordinary martial prowess walked out. Everyone present was startled, and their gazes unconsciously swept towards that person. Junior Brother Chu Hen is not only smart, but also eloquent. I really admire you. Those who have the ability to kill Ren Chong must have a high cultivation level. I'm Ren Wei, and I hope to learn a thing or two from Junior Brother Chu Hen. I hope Junior Brother Chu Hen can grant my wish. Chapter 83. If you have the ability to kill Ren Chong, your cultivation must be high. My name is Ren Wei, and I hope to learn a thing or two from Junior Chu Hen. I hope Junior will grant my wish. His light and indifferent voice caused everyone present to be startled. Everyone's gaze fell on the young man that walked out from the Emperor Wind Martial Houses group. This person had a heroic spirit, but the gloominess that leaked out from between his brows made people feel especially uncomfortable. Ren Wei, like Rin Chong, was also a member of the Ren clan. The moment he walked out, the crowd from the Tensei prefectures side immediately erupted into an uproar. F***CK, don't you have any shame? You're a 6th rank natal opening realm student, Defeng, challenging a 3rd rank natal opening realm newbie. It seems like not only is Defeng's teacher shameless, even his students are the same. Junior Chu Hen, don't bother with him. The Tensei prefecture united against outsiders. Due to the contribution that Chu Hen had made to the academy last night, many students were willing to protect him at this time. Furthermore, if anything happened to Chu Hen today, the Tensei prefecture's reputation would be tarnished. However, Ren Wei did not care about the scolding in front of him. He was unmoved. He stared at Chu Hen in front of him with a ruminating gaze and said with a faint smile, "No matter what, Rin Chong is still a member of my clan. If we just let him go like this, it would be really difficult. Of course, I don't want others to say that I'm bullying you. So it's settled. As long as you can take 3 of my moves, I'll forget about today's matter. As long as you can take 3 of my moves, I'll forget about today's matter." Ren Wei's indifferent words once again caused an uproar in the crowd. It had to be said that this person was extremely arrogant. However, he had the qualifications to say such words. 6th rank of the elemental opening realm. 3 whole levels higher than Chu Hen. If all 3 moves were to be ferociously attacked with killing moves, Chu Hen simply would not have the chance to survive. The gap of 3 levels wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Chu Hen, don't mess around, Mu Feng reminded him. Although he was usually frivolous, he was still very serious at crucial moments. It wasn't like everyone didn't know how strong a 6th rank natal opening realm martial artist was. Not to mention 3 moves. It was extremely possible for a martial artist to instantly kill a 3rd rank natal opening realm martial artist. Yeah, senior martial brother Chu Hen, don't agree with him. Li Hui echoed. The corner of Ren Wei's mouth curled into a playful smile. With an extremely disdainful attitude, he looked at Chu Hen. Haha, you can choose to be a tortoise hiding in its shell, but in the future, you and I will have the chance to meet in the capital. These words were full of threat. Ren Wei's words couldn't have been clearer. Either he accepted his challenge, or he would wait until they met somewhere else in the imperial capital to settle the score. From everyone's point of view, Chu Hen seemed to have no other choice. After all, it was impossible for Chu Hen to hide in Tensei Prefecture all the time. Once he stepped out of the martial house, he might be targeted by Ren Wei. However, if he accepted the challenge, no one present believed that Chu Hen could withstand 3 moves from Ren Wei. It was still a question of die sooner or die later. Just when everyone thought that Chu Hen would refuse, a faint smile appeared on his face. Hee, since senior martial brother Ren Wei is interested, why should I refuse? What? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Did this guy want to die? Even a fool could see that Ren Wei was obviously trying to goad Chu Hen into accepting the challenge. Once Chu Hen agreed, it would be equivalent to rejecting the protection of Tensei Prefecture. If the two of them fought, even if Ren Wei killed Chu Hen, Tensei Prefecture would only be able to watch. Humph, what an arrogant fool. Wu Zhe sneered from the sidelines. You shut up. Lu Yu replied unhappily. No matter what, we're all direct disciples of instructor Shilon. It's fine if you can't help, but don't make sarcastic remarks. You, stop arguing, He Qingyuan shouted in a low voice. Chu Hen, you? Song Qinglai looked at him in confusion and asked. Chu Hen nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need to worry. Instructor Chung, this happened because of me. If I can solve it, it'll be for the best. Chu Hen paused and turned to look at his instructor from Tifeng Province, Shi Hui. But I have to confirm if I can take 3 moves from him. If I do, the people from Tifeng Province will leave immediately and never cause trouble for me again. Shi Hui sneered and turned to look at the frivolous Ren Wei. He answered without hesitation, That's right. If that's the case, then don't talk nonsense. Make your move, Chu Hen said calmly. Song Qinglai wanted to say more, but when he saw Chu Hen's calm expression, he chose to believe him. After all, from the very beginning, Song Qinglai had always felt that Chu Hen was not as simple as he seemed. Immediately, the crowd from both sides retreated. There was a large enough space in the middle of the square. Go, senior brother Chu Hen. I believe you can do it, senior brother Ren Wei. Kill him and avenge senior brother Rin Chong. Senior brother Rin Chong died. Such an unjust death. We must make him pay. The crowd from Tensei Prefecture and Tifeng Province was boiling with cheers. In comparison, the crowd from Tifeng Province looked disdainful. They knew how strong Ren Wei was. He could take Chu Hen's life in 3 moves. Sigh, senior brother Chu Hen. Why did he agree to that guy's request? Li Hui, who was standing outside the square, said worriedly. Mu Feng crossed his arms in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Based on that guy's personality, he would only agree to this if he was confident. But Ren Wei is at the 6th level of the element opening realm. There's nothing we can do. Since he already agreed, let's just stand aside and watch. In the middle of the square, Chu Hen and Ren Wei were about 10 meters apart. Both of them exuded a cold and solemn aura. Chu Hen's body was ramrod straight, and his back was as straight as a spear. There was not the slightest ripple in his calm eyes. Hee. Ren Wei's face was filled with a playful smile. Within this smile, there was a strong murderous intent. I didn't expect you to accept the challenge. Isn't that what you wanted? Not only did Chu Hen not show the slightest hint of fear, there was even a hint of relaxation on his face. I hope you can still laugh later. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Wei raised both of his hands, accompanied by the sound of metal chains colliding, for metal chains that were as thick as an arm shot out from Ren Wei's sleeves like agile snakes. Strong winds danced wildly, and the air currents filled the air. The 4 metal chains were surrounded by a golden luster. Under Ren Wei's control, they rose into the air. From afar, they looked like the tentacles of an octopus. The crowd from Tensei Prefecture was secretly shocked by Ren Wei's 4 metal chains. Sensing the aura emitted from Ren Wei's body, they could not help but worry for Chu Hen. Speaking of which, where did these metal chains come from? Mu Feng revealed a puzzled expression as he asked Li Hui and Zhou Lu, who were beside him. I was puzzled last night. How did he hide such long metal chains on his body? Senior brother Mu Feng, there's something you don't know. Li Hui, who knew the inside story, explained. The Rin family specially created an item called a lock. This lock is a special tool made from the principle of a storage ring. It's convenient to carry around. The metal chains are placed in the lock, and they can release the length of the metal chains according to their own needs. So that's how it is. In other words, the lock is hidden in Ren Wei's sleeves. That's right. It's easier to control it if it's hidden there. Li Hui nodded in confirmation. He then said, however, if the Rin family's soul lock battle body is cultivated to the extreme, they can directly use the power of the bloodline boundary to create the soul lock spirit. At that time, they can directly use the soul lock spirit to replace the metal chains. Not only can they control it more flexibly, but their lethality is also like heaven and earth. F***CK, how do you know so much? Mu Feng said. Li Hui smiled embarrassedly. Well, I've liked to collect this kind of knowledge since I was young. Therefore, I've learned about the bloodline boundary of many famous people in the Imperial City. I'm full. Mu Feng replied and turned his attention to the front again. Buzz. The clearly visible true essence lingered on the 4 metal chains in front of Ren Wei. The dazzling golden luster seemed to have been soaked in the holy light of the sun, making them look like 4 divine metal chains. At this moment, Song Qinglai, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and many other people from the Tensei Prefecture all had serious expressions on their faces. Chu Hen stood calmly in front of his opponent, unmoving like a mountain. Not even the fluctuation of true essence could be felt. Trying to play psychological warfare with me? Unfortunately, I don't fall for it. Along with Ren Wei's disdainful sneer, the surging aura of a level 6 natal opening realm exploded from his body like a mountain torrent. The 4 metal chains instantly grew to over 10 meters long, and with an incomparably fierce and powerful force, they ruthlessly smashed towards Chu Hen in front of him. Whoosh! The rapid wind-breaking sound was like the roar of a ghost. The 4 golden metal chains were like the giant swinging tail of the snake demon, powerful and extremely destructive. The biting cold aura shook the airflow in all directions. In front of everyone's eyes, 4 black shadows shot down. Facing the 4 metal chains coming down from above, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He immediately mobilized his true essence and quickly gathered it at his feet. In an instant, both of Chu Hen's legs were wrapped in a dense black light. Whoosh! When the metal chains whizzed towards him, Chu Hen immediately used the Big Dipper roaming dragon steps and dashed backwards at the speed of the 7 stars. Boom! In the next instant, the 4 golden chains heavily smashed onto the place where Chu Hen was a second ago. The ground shook, rocks flew everywhere, and rocks flew everywhere. Chapter 84. Boom! 4 godly iron-like golden chains dragged out a series of black shadows in the air. Then they heavily smashed onto the ground where Chu Hen was a second ago. A violent tremor spread out from beneath the feet of the crowd. Dust flew into the air and rocks flew everywhere. Countless deep cracks rapidly spread out in all directions like a spider web. Numerous dark cracks directly extended for 7 to 8 meters. Hiss! Seeing this scene, countless people in the surroundings could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ren Wei's strength was indeed incomparably strong. The strength of this attack alone was probably enough to smash a 4th or 5th grade great demon into minced meat. Looking at the scattered and powerful true energy shockwaves, Song Qinglai, Mu Feng, Li Hui, and the other instructors and students from Tensei Prefecture could not help but worry for Chu Hen once again. It was obvious that Ren Wei was determined to kill him. "Ha! You're pretty fast at escaping." Ren Wei sneered with contempt. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he indifferently replied, "I still have 2 more moves. That's enough to kill you." Boom! Ren Wei's body once again released a surging, piercingly cold aura, causing a violent wave to resound in the air. The 4 golden chains were already dancing in the air. Rings of golden halos lingered above and below the chains, as if they were the essence extracted from the divine light of the sun. Swoosh! In a split second, the 4 chains streaked across the sky one after another. The first 2 chains swept towards Chu Hen's waist from the left and right sides with a sweeping force. The attack was ferocious and as fast as lightning. The rapid breaking of the wind sounded like the shriek of a ghost. The expressions of the crowd below changed. With the strength of a 3rd-level natal opening realm, there was no way Chu Hen could withstand this pincer attack. Buzz, buzz. However, just at that moment, a strange and obscure power quietly spread out from Chu Hen's body. One could see that the true yuan that lingered around his body was actually faintly mixed with strands of demonic purple light. Chu Hen's eyes focused as a faint purple glow gushed out from the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Swoosh! Chu Hen exerted strength in his legs and leaped up quickly. His movements were smooth as he flashed into the air about 2 meters above the ground. Bang! In the next second, the ice-cold iron chains that attacked from the left and right brushed past Chu Hen's feet and collided with each other in a crisscross manner. True essence converged, and sparks flew in all directions. The disorderly chi waves leaked out from Chu Hen's body. Then, Ren Wei's next round of attacks followed closely behind. Hee, stupid thing. Let's see how you're going to hide in the air. Just now, Ren Wei had used the 2 chains to attack from the left and right to force Chu Hen into the air. Suspended in the air, there was no point for him to exert his strength. It could be said that he had become a target for Ren Wei's attacks. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the 3rd chain dragged out a powerful wave of chi in the air. Its biting cold momentum was like the swaying tail of a flood dragon. Once hit, all the bones in one's body would be shattered in an instant. Go to hell! A sinister sneer appeared on Ren Wei's face. Humph, it's too early for you to be happy. Whoosh! A crisp metal trill sounded in everyone's ears. With a flash of white light, a dark golden spear engraved with black patterns appeared in Chu Hen's palm. Violent and domineering black light climbed up the spear's body in an instant, and the restless energy fluctuations were like black flames covering the spear. Break! Chu Hen shouted and sent out the demon slayer spear. The tip of the spear, which was leaping with black light, tore through the air and rolled up a destructive power to meet the iron chain that was flying toward him. What a domineering, true essence! Standing on the sidelines, someone blurted out. Beside her, He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, Wu Zhe, and several other direct students of Mentor Shilan were also surprised. Everyone could clearly feel that the black power released by Chu Hen was much more domineering than ordinary true essence. It seems that this bastard has many secrets. Mentor Shi Hui from Tifeng province could not help but narrow his eyes, and the coldness between his brows deepened. He then sneered and said, "Humph, no matter how extraordinary you are, you're definitely not Renway's match." Boom! Bang! In an instant, the sharp spear light heavily bombarded the iron chain that was shrouded in golden light, and a thunderous explosion spread in the air. After all, Renway's strength was 3 levels higher than Chu Hen's. In a head-on confrontation of strength, it was difficult for Chu Hen to gain any advantage. The violent impact that was like a mountain came crashing over. Chu Hen only felt his arm go numb and his palm hurt, and the Demon Slayer spear was forcefully knocked away. Clang! The Demon Slayer spear that was knocked away drew an arc in the air, and then it was inserted diagonally in the gap between 2 stone bricks. Beautiful, Senior Brother Renway. Ha! Even his weapon was knocked away. Let's see if that brat still doesn't die. Senior Brother Renway. Kill him and avenge Senior Brother Rinchong. The crowd from Tifeng province raised their arms and shouted, filled with righteous indignation. It seemed that they would not stop until they saw Chu Hen die in Renway's hands. Whoosh! In the next instant, the attack of the 4th iron chain came as expected. Rumble! The surging sound was like rolling thunder, and the 4th iron chain increased by more than 20 meters. As it traversed the sky, the front of the iron chain quickly twisted into a ball. When it reached in front of Chu Hen, it impressively formed a ball made of iron chain. A dazzling light bloomed, and the ball that was wrapped by the iron chain was like a bright little sun. A shocking, destructive aura filled the entire place, and the murderous intent was awe-inspiring, stirring up the airflow in all directions. Oh no! On the side of the Heavenly Star Marshal House, the complexion of the crowd changed. Chu Hen, who had yet to completely land on the ground, was simply unable to dodge this attack. Even if this berserk power couldn't kill Chu Hen, it would still be enough to make him lose half his life. Just as Song Qinglai was hesitating whether to make a move or not, a circle of purple light rapidly rotated up and down Chu Hen's arms. The demonic purple light was like 2 horned dragons wrapped around his arms. This is... Everyone in the room was astonished. In the next instant, the violent True Yuan rapidly gathered at the center of his palms. Beams of brilliance revolved like a small whirlpool. Without any hesitation, Chu Hen threw out both of his palms. The surging, tide-like shockwave immediately swept out. Mountain-destroying waterfall palm. Bang! The power of the mountain-destroying waterfall palm, which was amplified several times by the bloodline boundary of the holy demon-eye body, was like a mountain torrent. The huge force of the shock wave rolled up a whistling strong wind and directly hit the golden ball that was wrapped by the iron chain. The collision of the 2 violent forces caused the surrounding airflow to tremble violently, and waves of waves stacked up like waves. The golden and purple light were like 2 blooming suns. Under the impact of the brutal aftermath, a large number of stone bricks on the ground were shattered, and a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What? He blocked it. Who the hell is this guy? How could he block Senior Brother Ren Wei's killing move? Chu Hen quickly retreated, and the circles of purple light scattered like smoke and dust. Whether it was the people from Tifeng province or Tensei prefecture, everyone present was shocked by the scene in front of them. Ren Wei's attack was so powerful that even Wu Xiao, who was at the same level as him, did not dare to take it head-on. However, Chu Hen, who was 3 levels lower, was able to take on this killing move head-on. Chu Hen stabilized himself after retreating more than 10 steps. His handsome face became slightly pale, and the blood in his body surged. He forcefully swallowed back the salty taste in his throat. Chu Hen knew very well that, if it was not for the increase in power of the chaotic body and the holy demon-eye body, the attack just now would have been enough to kill him. This once again proved that Ren Wei's attack was vicious, and he definitely wanted to kill him. In that instant, A cold light surged in Chu Hen's eyes, and a smear of anger quietly rose. "Humph, I've underestimated you. Then, I'll definitely make you bleed on the spot." A vicious smile appeared on Ren Wei's face, and a violent aura that was several times more powerful than before rose. The chaotic air waves swept up the rubble and dust on the ground. Everyone's expression changed again. "Stop!" Song Chunlia's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "3 moves have passed. What else do you want?" With that, Song Qinglai was about to rush out to stop him. However, Shi Hui from Tifeng province moved and blocked his way. "Ha! 2 moves have passed out of the 3. There's still 1 more. What's the rush? Spit shit on your mother. Get lost." Humph. Shi Hui's expression was extremely gloomy as he faced Song Qinglai, who was spewing vulgarities. He shouted in a deep voice, "This is a matter between the younger generation. Let's not interfere. If you want to pass, you'll have to go through me first." Boom! However, it was also at this moment that Ren Wei had completed his final attack. The 4 chains controlled by his hands intertwined with each other and turned into 2 thicker chains that shone with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, the 2 newly completed chains were like 2 snakes coming out of their caves. They swept up an unstoppable and shocking power and attacked Chu Hen. Buzz, buzz! As they moved, the golden light that enveloped the chains transformed into the silhouette of a giant python. From afar, it looked so ferocious that it was as if a ferocious monster was attacking. "This is bad. Senior brother Chu Hen is in danger." Li Hui clenched his fists with a serious expression. Compared to the move that Ren Chong had used during the Star Prodigy competition, there was a world of difference between this move and the one before them. Ren Chong could only condense 1 golden python, but Ren Wei released 2. This was not just a difference in numbers. Even their auras exuded extreme, destructive power. Moreover, Chu Hen did not even have a weapon in his hands at the moment. It was almost impossible to block this move. Chu Hen was in danger. This was the common thought in everyone's mind. Chapter 85. Not good. Chu Hen was in danger. Looking at the 2 ominous golden pythons that Ren Wei had condensed, Song Qinglai, Mu Feng, Li Hui, He Qingyuan, and the others, all the instructors and students of the Heavenly Star Martial House, had their complexions change. Each and every one of them had a dignified look in their eyes. Compared to the moves that Ren Chong had released during the Star Prodigy competition, the aura that Ren Wei exuded was many times stronger. The surging and surging destructive might completely enveloped Chu Hen within it. Ren Wei's face was already filled with a sinister and cold smile. "Go to hell! What an arrogant and foolish thing! Double snakes, kill him!" Buzz, buzz! 2 golden python phantoms with iron chains acting as the backbones swayed their long bodies and charged towards Chu Hen, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. The ferocious momentum was full of anger and murderous intent. A cold and solemn air current pervaded in all directions. Chu Hen's cold gaze reflected the 2 golden python shadows that were approaching from far away. In the next moment, an incomparably overbearing true origin energy erupted from Chu Hen's body. Roar! Shortly after, a deep but extremely dignified dragon roar resounded in everyone's ears. What? A dense black, flame-like light lingered around Chu Hen's body. The piercingly cold aura caused the air to tremble and buzz. The black light was like a horned dragon wrapped around Chu Hen's arms. Chu Hen condensed his palms, and 2 small and exquisite black dragon shadows rotated in his left and right palms respectively. 9 soul dragon seal. Chu Hen shouted and pushed his palms toward the 2 golden pythons that had already arrived in front of him. Roar! In an instant, the 2 black dragon shadows were enraged. The moment they swept out from Chu Hen's palms, they directly expanded to 5 to 6 meters long. A terrifying deterrent swept in all directions. Third move! Boom! The 2 golden python phantoms and the 2 black dragon phantoms were like ferocious beasts that he had encountered by chance. When these 2 violent forces intersected, an incomparably violent true inner force shockwave exploded in the square. In everyone's eyes, it was as if the world had dimmed a little. The disorderly and wanton beams of light were like blooming fireworks. Sand and pebbles flew on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. A shock wave rippled out, and many people were forced to retreat. 2 different colors of light, gold and black, tore and mixed with each other. Boom! Along with a thunderous sound, the golden python shadow and the black dragon shadow exploded almost at the same time, and the startling light was as dazzling as the sun. A mass of scattered energy fragments flew everywhere, and the bricks on the ground were lifted up layer by layer, shattering inch by inch. As the crisscrossing cracks spread, Chu Hen was once again sent flying. The surging impact invaded his body, causing his qi and blood to surge. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the scene that unfolded before their eyes caused countless people to widen their eyes in shock. They were all stunned, and their faces were filled with disbelief. He blocked it. Chu Hen, with the strength of the 3rd rank of the element opening realm, once again blocked the killing move of Rinwei, who was at the 6th rank of the element opening realm. "Haha, well done," Mu Feng shouted, raising his arms. "Senior brother Chu Hen, well done," Li Hui echoed excitedly. 3 moves have passed. What else do you people from Tifeng province have to say? Apart from the shock, the people from Tensei Prefecture cheered. Song Qinglia's heart was finally at ease. Even though he was used to seeing a lot of big scenes, he was still sweating for Chu Hen just now. This guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. He Qingyuan, who was standing at the side of the square, nodded in agreement. Lu Yu's beautiful eyes glowed faintly. However, Bianhong and Wu Zhe, who were standing at the side, did not feel happy at all because of Chu Hen's inspiring performance. It was as if to them, it was only reasonable for Chu Hen to lose. Buzz! Suddenly, just when everyone in the square thought the battle was over, a strong killing intent exploded from Ren Wei's body again. His eyes were red and as cold as a knife. The young man in front of him was able to block 3 of his moves. This kind of person would definitely cause trouble in the future if he kept him around. In order to avoid trouble in the future, Ren Wei couldn't care less about the 3 moves promise or face anymore. With just a thought, a sharp shadow flew out from his belt. What? Everyone in the square was shocked. What flew out from Ren Wei's belt was the 5th ice-cold chain. It was obvious that Ren Wei's belt was a special lock with a hidden chain. His killer move, the 5th chain, was hidden in it. This was really unexpected. What was even more shocking was that there was a sharp blade at the end of the 5th chain that flew towards Chu Hen. Looking at the sharp blade, everyone could not help but imagine Chu Hen's tragic fate of being splattered with blood on the spot. Bastard! Song Qinglia's eyes widened in anger. He instinctively rushed towards Chu Hen. However, everything happened too suddenly, and Song Qinglai was too far away, so he could not stop him in time. The Emperor Wind Martial House's mentor, Shi Hui, also did not expect Ren Wei to do this. Although it was not very honorable, Shi Hui still had a sneer on his face. Chu Hen, under the furious gazes of the shocked Mu Feng, Li Hui, and the others, the chain with the sharp blade instantly reached Chu Hen. Chu Hen's cold eyes reflected the sharp blade, and there was a demonic purple light dancing in his deep eyes. Nirvana, light of destruction, whoosh! However, just as Chu Hen was about to activate the Nirvana power of the 1-star monstrous pupil, a verdant, jade-like willow leaf without any warning streaked across the air in a beautiful arc, then accurately struck the iron chain. Ding! The crisp sound was very pleasing to the ear. The chain, which was as thick as an arm, was cut off by the willow leaf like tofu. The cut was unusually neat and smooth. This is... Everyone present was shocked. In the next instant, when Chu Hen narrowly avoided this disaster, the willow leaf that had cut off the chain actually made a turn in the air. It drew a beautiful arc like a meteor and flew towards Renwei. Renwei's pupil shrank, but he could not even dodge it. Bang! The green willow leaf directly hit Renwei's body like a shooting star. Renwei was directly sent flying and fell to the ground in a sorry state. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, an awe-inspiring aura came from the area behind everyone. Everyone looked in that direction and saw 7 majestic stone pillars standing on the stone platform in the middle of the square. Beside the leftmost stone pillar stood a lady with long, light purple hair. Whoosh! As soon as they saw that beautiful figure, the atmosphere in the square became restless and noisy. Even Shi Hui, the core tutor of Tifeng province, had a change of expression, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Countless people present had a burning look in their eyes. "It's Tutor Shi Lan." An excited voice came from the crowd. In an instant, the whole square was in chaos. He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Bian Hong, and the others' eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, who was standing next to Li Hui and Zhou Lu, had a look of admiration on his face. His dull eyes and slightly open mouth made him look like a little fool. Tutor Shi Lan. Ha ha ha. I've finally seen her. I feel like my heart is about to stop beating. Sigh. Li Hui and Zhou Lu sighed at the same time. Then they quietly walked away with tacit understanding, staying far away from Mu Feng. She's Tutor Shi Lan? Chu Hen was surprised. He was also shocked by Shi Lan's beauty. Under her slender eyebrows were a pair of bright eyes that were as moving as autumn water. Her cheeks were slightly rosy, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her exquisite oval face was flawless. Coupled with her beautiful long purple hair, she looked like an otherworldly fairy. Chu Hen finally understood why 99% of the new students in Tensei Prefecture came for Tutor Shi Lan every year. Such a beautiful face could topple cities and countries. Shi Lan stood quietly on the spot. She had no intention of walking over. Her soft, beautiful, and enchanting eyes stopped on Chu Hen's body for a while with some surprise. This little fellow had not listened to her lessons for a month. He was really different from other people. Shi Hui. After a brief silence, Song Qinglai looked at Shi Hui with an interrogative and angry gaze. What a good student you've taught. You talk like you're spouting shit. Do you have any shame? Shi Hui's face was gloomy. He glanced at Renwei, who was being helped up from the ground, with a look of exasperation. He cursed in his heart. He couldn't even kill a little brat at the 3rd level of the element opening realm, and now he's in such a dilemma. What do you want? Shi Hui replied unkindly. Humph, you're asking me what I want? What a joke. Shi Hui's face turned even uglier. He glared fiercely at Chu Hen, then pointed at him and said, Brat, you're lucky today. After saying that, Shi Hui flung his sleeves and shouted indignantly, Let's go! Go. The people in Tifeng province didn't gain any advantage. Even if they stayed here, there wouldn't be any results. However, just as Shi Hui and the others turned around, a thunderous and deep voice suddenly exploded in the sky above 7 Stars Square. Go? Humph. After causing so much trouble, you want to leave so easily? Do you think my Tensei Prefecture is a market? What? Everyone's expressions changed again and again. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful and majestic pressure surged forth from the rear region of the Heavenly Star Martial House. Everyone present felt as if they were being suppressed by the mountain-like pressure. Chapter 86. Leave? Humph. You want to leave so easily after stirring up so much trouble? Do you think my Tensei Prefecture is a vegetable market? A deep and forceful voice, like a thunderclap, suddenly exploded in the skies above the 7 Stars Plaza. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful and majestic pressure surged forth from the rear region of the Heavenly Star Martial House. A strong wind blew as if a thunderstorm was about to pour down. The terrifying aura that was comparable to a mountain suppressed everyone present. Boom! A thunderous explosion exploded above everyone's heads. Immediately, a solidified golden light pillar descended from the sky. It descended in a graceful manner and landed in the empty space between the two sides of the square. Buzz! The surging illusory airwave swept across the army like a blanket. An invisible shockwave attacked the people of Tifeng province. In an instant, apart from Shi Hui, everyone from Tifeng province was thrown to the ground. Shi Hui retreated continuously and only managed to stabilize himself after taking more than 10 steps back. Although he did not fall to the ground like the others, his face was red, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! The entire place was shocked as everyone's gazes looked towards the figure that had appeared in front of them. It was an old man in his 50s with a few strands of white hair, dressed in a long white robe. He had an otherworldly air about him. "Greetings, Principal Jiang." Song Qinglai and the other teachers of Tensei Prefecture cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, Lu Yu, and the other students also humbly and politely greeted him in unison. "Greetings, Principal Jiang, Principal Jiang." Chu Hen, who was not far away, was stunned. The person in front of him was actually the person with the highest authority in Tensei Prefecture. Just his aura alone was enough to make the people of Tifeng province unable to withstand it. Principal Jiang's cultivation level was unfathomable. As soon as Principal Jiang appeared, the people of Tifeng province were shocked. Shi Hui casually wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, cupped his fists, and said with some hatred in his tone, "Principal Jiang, it's that old Bright Yu Yen who gave you the guts to come to my Tensei Prefecture to cause trouble?" Principal Jiang said coldly. Shi Hui was startled and replied in a low voice, Dean Yu, The smile on Principal Jiang's face grew colder and colder. "If that old Bright Yu Yen didn't send you here, does that mean that you were the one who organized this? You've got some guts. Did he think that this elder couldn't walk anymore? How can I allow you juniors to cause trouble in my academy?" "Principal Jiang, please calm down. I wouldn't dare to." Although Shi Jin said that he did not dare, he was not convinced. He had the backing of Tifeng province, and with Dean Yu Yen backing him up, why would he be afraid of this old fellow? If it had been during the glory days of Tensei Prefecture, Shi Hui would have been a little afraid. However, things were different now. Tensei Prefecture, which was at the bottom, no longer had the awe-inspiring dignity. However, Principal Jiang was able to see through his thoughts with a single glance. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes as he said, "You've brought so many people with you today. If you don't even say a word of apology and leave just like that, wouldn't you be throwing away the face of my heavenly star martial house?" Principal Jiang is right. I would like to apologize to everyone for my momentary recklessness. An apology without sincerity is meaningless, Principal Jiang replied indifferently. Then his eyes turned cold and his tone suddenly turned cold. He spat out 2 words clearly. "Kneel." "Kneel." His voice was loud and sonorous. The people of Tifeng province looked indignant. Shi Hui even frowned, and his face darkened. "Principal Jiang, I've already apologized. Please have mercy, and don't be so overbearing." "Why? Are you threatening me?" "I don't dare to threaten Principal Jiang. I just hope that Tifeng province and Tensei Prefecture can get along well. Leave some leeway for each other in case we meet again in the future. I believe that Principal Yu Yen thinks so too." Buzz! As soon as Shi Hui finished speaking, a powerful and cold aura erupted from Principal Jiang's body. Shi Hui's body trembled involuntarily, and he seemed to have become shorter. "Don't use Yu Yen to pressure me." Principal Jiang's gaze was like a torch. His cold gaze was like a sharp blade that could penetrate one's soul, causing Shi Hui to tremble from the bottom of his heart. "You're just a mere teacher, and you dare to threaten me? Even if this dean kills you with a single palm strike, what can that Yu Yen do to me?" you brought the students of Tifeng province here to stir up trouble today. Even if Yu Yan was here and I wanted to take your life, what would he say? I won't repeat myself. If you kneel and apologize today, don't even think about walking out of the gates of Tensei Prefecture. Principal Zhang's attitude was very firm. At the same time, the aura he exuded was irresistible. Shi Hui was so scared that his face turned ashen, but he did not dare to talk back. However, it was really difficult for him to kneel and apologize. Sensing the coldness in Principal Zhang's eyes, Shi Hui secretly thought that given Principal Zhang's hot temper, he might really kill him. Then he thought that this was Tensei Prefecture. Even if he was killed, it would be difficult for the principal of Tifeng province to seek justice for him. After weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to admit defeat today. Shi Hui immediately clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He knelt on the ground and said, "Principal Zhang, please forgive me for what happened today." Shi Hui regretted it as soon as he said it. This was a great humiliation. Shi Hui, who was angry and embarrassed, only wanted to find a hole to hide in. In an instant, everyone in Tensei Prefecture was secretly pleased. It was really satisfying to vent their anger. Just earlier, these people were extremely smug. As expected, only someone as domineering as Principal Zhang could suppress them. As for the rest of the people in Tifeng province, each and every one of them had a grave expression on their faces. They were all embarrassed. Originally, they came to seek justice for Rin Chong today. Who would have thought that not only would they not seek justice, they would be slapped in the face instead? The mistake was that Shi Hui had overestimated his own abilities and underestimated the Heavenly Star Martial House. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Principal Zhang replied nonchalantly. Shi Hui's face was ghastly pale. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was still too inexperienced in front of Principal Zhang. Filled with anger, he clenched his teeth and stood up. "Principal Zhang, we'll take our leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave with the people in Tifeng province. Wait. A calm voice resonated from Principal Zhang's mouth again. Shi Hui clenched his fists and turned around with an extremely ugly expression. He said, "Is there anything else, Principal Zhang?" "That was your apology, just now. What about him?" Principal Zhang pointed at Renwei, who was not far behind Shi Hui. The latter's expression changed, and he looked confused. Principal Zhang said nonchalantly, "We agreed on 3 moves, but you used the 4th move. You bullied a student in Tensei Prefecture just like that, and you want to leave without saying anything?" Everyone was stunned, and they turned to look at Chu Hen instinctively. Even Chu Hen himself was somewhat astonished. Principal Zhang had actually started to stand up for him again. Ren Wei clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. "I'm sorry. An apology isn't enough." Principal Zhang looked at him with a smile. His smile made Ren Wei's hair stand on end. This stinky old man still won't let it go. Ren Wei cursed in his heart. Then he suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said, "What instructions does Principal Zhang have for me?" "It's very simple. You went against the agreement and almost killed him. I don't want you to pay with your life. Just leave an arm behind." What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present revealed looks of astonishment. Ren Wei felt a chill in his heart. From Principal Zhang's expression, it did not seem like he was joking. Ren Wei quickly turned to look at Shi Hui for help. The latter immediately persuaded, "Principal Zhang, it's inevitable that young people will be impulsive and make mistakes. Please don't be calculative with a junior. It's fine if I don't want your arm, but shouldn't you give me some compensation for bullying a student in this school?" Compensation? Principal Zhang was obviously extorting him. Ren Wei clenched his teeth. "Fine, I'll give him compensation. I don't want it if it's too shabby." Principal Zhang's casual words could make everyone in Tifeng province sick from anger. This old man was really hard to deal with. Ren Wei suppressed the anger in his heart. He moved his palm and took out a square jade piece the size of a thumb. Spirit Fall Talisman. That should be enough to compensate him. Spirit Fall Talisman. The moment they heard these 3 words, the entire place was in a low hubbub. Even Chu Hen's heart was moved. He was not unfamiliar with the famous Spirit Fall Talisman. This was a treasure refined by a pattern master. Pattern masters were a special and powerful group. They walked the world with the power to draw and inscribe runes. The domain of pattern masters was very broad. For example, setting up spirit arrays, refining elixirs, forging weapons, etc. All of these were centered around pattern masters. But this Spirit Fall Talisman required extremely precious materials to be refined. Pattern masters had to use mysterious and powerful runes to refine it. Only then could they obtain this treasure. Pattern masters had an extremely high status in the Saint Star dynasty. The 3 words were a symbol of noble status. Principal Jiang glanced at the Spirit Fall Talisman and said indifferently, "It's not bad, but what I say doesn't count. You have to satisfy the victim." Rin Wei almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard what Principal Jiang said. This Spirit Fall Talisman was something that his family spent a lot of money to obtain. It was not easy for him to obtain it to protect himself. The destructive power of a Spirit Fall Talisman was enough to severely injure or even kill Wu Xiao, who was below the core transformation stage. Ren Wei only had 2 in total. If he knew this would happen, he would have used a Spirit Fall Talisman to kill Chu Hen. "Thank you, Senior Brother Ren Wei, for your gift." Chu Hen took the jade piece from Ren Wei's hand without hesitation. "Humph." Ren Wei glared at him fiercely. "Let me give you a word of advice. Don't be too greedy. Don't blame me if you die." Chapter 87. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't eat too much. Don't blame me if you choke to death. Hee. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Rinwei. I'll remember it. A faint smile hung on Chu Hen's face as he generously put the fallen spirit talisman into his pocket. He did not look embarrassed at all. Ren Wei's eyes were filled with hatred and viciousness. Under Shi Hui's lead, he immediately left with the people from Tifeng province. They came arrogantly, but they left with their tails between their legs. Looking at the members of the Emperor Wind Martial House, who were eating in silence, the Heavenly Star Martial House's side erupted into thunderous applause that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everyone raised their arms and cheered in delight. It was really refreshing to vent their anger. Of course, no one had expected that this matter would even alarm Principal Jiang. Once Principal Jiang got angry, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of him. Principal Jiang turned to look at the crowd and shouted, "From today onwards, no matter what, as long as other academies dare to cause trouble in our Tensei prefecture, just go up and beat them up. Go up and give them a good beating. Don't talk nonsense with them. Beat them up as a group and give them a good beating." Boom! The moment he said that, everyone cheered and applauded. Hee, this old man is not bad. He suits my taste. Mu Feng grinned. "No way. You even like men? Moreover, he's an old man. Your taste is too heavy," Zhou Lu said with a look of disgust and disdain. Pooey. Mu Feng almost jumped up in anger. He pointed at Zhou Lu and scolded. "You stupid girl, why are your 4 symbols so dirty? How can you slander me? If you dare to spout nonsense again, believe it or not, you won't even know how you got pregnant. You." Zhou Lu's eyes widened in anger. Without another word, she took out a long whip and lashed it at Mu Feng. "Do you believe that I won't beat you to death today, you scoundrel? F***CK. If there's something you want to say, don't hit me. F***CK. You're still hitting me. You be *TH. I'm going to press you to the ground." Mu Feng was immediately whipped by Zhou Lu, causing him to jump up and down and run around. Li Hui, who was at the side, shook his head and sighed. It was as if his life was shrouded in a shadow after meeting these two friends. Just at that moment, Principal Jiang walked in front of Chu Hen with a warm smile in his eyes. "You're the little guy who won first place in the Star Elite competition." Student Chu Hen greets Principal Jiang. Chu Hen cupped his fists and saluted. "Hee, you're welcome." Principal Jiang's gaze was calm, which was different from his previous domineering attitude. "Do you regret coming to my Tensei prefecture?" "I regretted it before, but I don't anymore," Chu Hen replied without hesitation. Initially, Chu Hen came to Tensei prefecture because he had nowhere else to go. But when trouble came to him, the martial house protected him. This made Chu Hen feel touched. At this moment, he understood that Tensei prefecture was not as bad as he had imagined. "Ha ha ha ha!" Hearing Chu Hen's reply, Principal Jiang laughed heartily. "Not bad, not bad. This old man likes honest people. Go and nurse your injuries. The rest of you, go and do what you need to do." "Yes, Principal Jiang." The crowd gathered in the square dispersed one after another. After Principal Jiang turned and left, Chu Hen swept his gaze towards the high platform in the middle of the square. The beautiful figure that was originally standing beside the 7 majestic stone pillars had left. Did Instructor Shilan leave? Chu Hen muttered to himself. Just now, when he was in imminent peril, Teacher Shilan had lent him a helping hand. Chu Hen had wanted to thank her, but he hadn't expected her to leave so early. "Senior Brother Qingyuan, where does Instructor Shilan live?" Chu Hen walked to the side of He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Bian Hong, and the others who were about to leave. "Why? Why do you ask?" Bian Hong said with a hint of mockery. "Nothing. I just wanted to thank Instructor Shilan. Hee, next time." He Qingyuan smiled gently. "Instructor Shilan doesn't like to be disturbed. None of us have been to her place of cultivation. It won't be too late to look for her during the next lesson." Chu Hen nodded. Thank you for telling me, Senior Brother." "No problem." "Not bad." Lu Yu casually patted Chu Hen's shoulder. A trace of a smile appeared in her big, watery eyes. "I didn't expect you to be able to take 3 moves from Rinwei. Senior's sister must be joking. I was just lucky." Chu Hen smiled humbly. Bian Hong and Wu Zhe, who were at the side, had a rather cold attitude. The two of them minded their own business and left. After a simple conversation, Chu Hen bade farewell and left. "Rat, rat." Mu Feng went back to his room and muttered loudly. "Creak." The door to Hausi's room opened. A valiant-looking Hausi walked out with bright eyes. "You guys are back." Chu Hen and Mu Feng were both startled. The two of them could clearly feel that the true Yuan in Hausi's body was much more vigorous than before. "Rat, you've broken through?" Mu Feng asked. Hausi grinned and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Hee, I have to thank Junior Brother Chu Hen for the high-grade primal crystal stones. I've already opened my 9th martial meridian." 9 martial meridians opened. Channel opening realm level 9. Although this cultivation was nothing to the current Chu Hen, it was something to be happy about for Hausi, who had ordinary talent and lived in poverty since childhood. Hee, congratulations. Chu Hen was sincerely happy for him. "Junior Brother Chu Hen, why do you look so pale? Did something happen?" Seeing Chu Hen's pale face, Hausi could not help but ask. Since Hausi had been cultivating since last night, he did not know what had just happened. Just now, Chu Hen had suffered a small injury in his battle with Rinwei. "It's nothing, it's just a small problem. You guys talk, I'll go in and rest for a while." With that, Chu Hen returned to his room. Hausi curiously asked Mu Feng. Mu Feng shrugged and spread his hands. "The people from Tifeng province came this morning to ask for compensation. Not only did they not receive the compensation, they even compensated Chu Hen for mental damage." "Can you explain it more clearly?" Housie was confused. Your IQ is too low. You can't understand it. Go play with the mud yourself. 2 hours later. In the room, Chu Hen, who was sitting on the bed, slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. After a bout of exercise and conditioning, Chu Hen's condition had basically recovered. His pale complexion also had a bit of vigor. My strength is still not enough. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes. There were too many geniuses who were more outstanding than him in the imperial city. The result of being the first among the newcomers was far from enough. In front of a true genius, it was really not enough. With a thought, a white light flashed, and a jade bottle appeared in Chu Hen's palm. This vitality pill should be able to help me break through again. Chu Hen murmured. In Tensei Prefecture, only those who had more than 3,000 star points could get a vitality pill. For Wu Xiao, who was in the elemental opening realm, the vitality pill was very effective. Especially for the 1st to 5th rank elemental opening realm, it could play a more significant role. However, Chu Hen did not immediately consume the vitality pill. After all, he had just broken through to the 3rd rank of the elemental opening realm not long ago. The true energy within his body was still not stable enough. At the very least, he needed to wait for more than 10 days. If he was impatient for success, he would ultimately fail at the last step. Immediately, Chu Hen put away the vitality pill and took out a blue scroll. This was the same scroll that Eldering gave him at Nebula Pavilion today. Chu Hen slowly unfurled the scroll, and a complete cultivation method appeared in front of him. Ice Sealing Seal. Refine true energy to the extreme cold. Transform it into ice. Refine it into ice. Refine it into ice. Refine it into ice. Refine it into ice. Use it to attack and defend. On the day the seal is completed, its destructive power can match a core transformation realm battle skill. After reading the introduction, Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but light up. Although the sealing ice seal was a martial art of the natal opening realm, its power was comparable to a core transformation realm martial skill. This kind of thing was not common. After carefully reading it, Chu Hen finally understood. As it turned out, the difficulty of cultivating this ice-sealing seal was extremely high. First, one had to refine one's true energy to an extremely cold state before being able to use this battle skill. Just this threshold alone caused countless people to shake their heads and reject it. After all, it was an extremely difficult thing to change the attribute of one's true energy. If one didn't control it well, it would be fine if the martial skill was not successfully cultivated. But one would be afraid of the cold energy backlashing and injuring the meridians within the body. This ice-sealing seal is very suitable for second sister to cultivate. Long Xuan possessed the ice martial physique, and 2 months ago it had even been upgraded to the ice soul battle physique. People like her, who possessed the boundary of an extremely cold bloodline, could directly skip the previous steps. Unfortunately, the rules of Tensei Prefecture absolutely forbade lending martial skills to people from other academies to view. Once found out, the consequences would be extremely serious. Although the ice mystic energy of the Ice Moon Demon Wolf isn't the power of a bloodline boundary, it can still be fused and released with my true energy. I should have the conditions to directly condensing essence seal. Chu Hen secretly pondered for a moment, and his eyes immediately flashed with determination. Let's give it a try first. After carefully memorizing the cultivation method of the ice-sealing seal, Chu Hen began to enter a state of cultivation. At the same time as the true energy circulated, the ball of ice mystic energy within his body was released together. A thin, veil-like, white, profound energy pervaded from Chu Hen's body. The temperature within the room abruptly dropped. Under Chu Hen's control, the true energy that was fused with the ice mystic energy circulated according to the routine of the ice-sealing seal. Chu Hen's hands continuously evolved into various hand signs. Strands of white, profound energy, like a stream flowing into a river, slowly evolved and condensed in Chu Hen's palms. Chapter 88. Tensei Prefecture. In a majestic courtyard, the furnishings in the hall were antique, exuding a simple yet elegant aura. Compared to other places in the imperial capital, it was less luxurious and more quaint. Soon, it will be time for our students to go out for training. This year, the location is set at the Tianqi Mountains. Who's willing to lead the team? Principal Zhang stood at the top of the hall, his gentle gaze carrying a tinge of authority. On the wide chairs on both sides of the hall sat close to 10 mentors. These 10 mentors were the core team of Tensei Prefecture. Compared to the other tutors, every tutor here had their own beyonder powers. However, when they heard the words Tianqi Mountains, they could not help but frown slightly. Everyone knew that the Tianqi Mountains was not a friendly place. It was one of the most dangerous mountains in the Sacred Star Dynasty. Beasts ran amok there, poisonous insects, snakes, and ants were everywhere, and people from all walks of life gathered there. There were even residents of clans that were isolated from the world. All of these factors were dangerous. Seeing that no one responded, Song Qinglai stood up and said, "Principal Zhang, Qinglai is willing to lead the team." All the mentors couldn't help but look at him with admiration. No matter what happened, Song Qinglai would always be the first to stand up. However, Principal Zhang shook his head slightly. "Qinglai, you're already an elder of our academy. Leading a team for training isn't suitable for you. Then I recommend Mentor Shadowless." Song Qinglai said, "Shadowless?" Everyone's gaze swept towards a skinny man in black. However, what made everyone speechless was that Shadowless was leaning against the back of the chair like mud. His eyes were squinted, and there was a pungent smell of alcohol coming from his body. He was snoring from time to time. This bastard. The corner of Song Qinglia's eye twitched. He really had the urge to kick Shadowless to the ground. Not only was he drunk all day, but he was also snoring loudly at this time. The other mentors also shook their heads and sighed. However, Principal Zhang did not say anything. This was not the first time he had seen such a situation. Everyone seemed to be used to Shadowless's impoliteness. Even though he only knew how to drink all day, no one could doubt his teaching ability. However, with his current state, it was impossible for him to lead the team. "Instructor Shilan, among all the instructors here, you're the only one who hasn't led a team before. You'll be the one to carry out the mission for this trip to Tianqi mountain range," Principal Zhang suddenly said. In an instant, everyone's gaze landed on a lithe and refined figure. From the beginning, Shilan just listened quietly and didn't say a word. But no one could ignore her existence. Her long purple hair was soft and beautiful, and her exquisite face was refracted by the light outside the door. She was as beautiful as a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Heavenly Lake Mountain Range is filled with danger, and numerous people of all sorts have gathered there. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for Shilan to protect the safety of the students. Shilan's red lips parted lightly, and her voice was gentle like the rain. "Mentor Shilan, the safety of the students is important, but no matter how talented they are, it's all in vain for a flower that grows in a greenhouse." A young eagle that had never experienced life and death battles was destined to never grow up. I hope you can put in more effort for these children who have yet to grow up. I believe you can complete this mission. Shilan didn't say anything. Her limpid eyes faintly surged with an indescribable gloominess. "In addition, I will send 2 senior mentors with rich experience to assist you. I wonder what Mentor Shilan thinks," Principal Zhang said. Shilan's beautiful eyes moved. She pondered for a moment and finally nodded her head. "Then I'll have to trouble Mentor Shilan on this trip to Heavenly Lake Mountain Range. Also, if you encounter any teams from other high-ranked martial schools, try not to clash with them." With that, Principal Zhang turned his gaze to Song Qinglai, who was at the side, and said, "Elder Qinglai, immediately announced the order. All students who have been in the school for less than 3 years, and whose strength is above the 9th level of the channel opening realm, can register to participate in this experiential meet. The mission of this experiential meet is called Heavenly Lake Demon Hunt. Yes, Principal Jiang. Maple Forest Stakes. Nearly 1,000 wooden stakes of different sizes and heights were erected without any pattern on the Maple Forest Square. The purpose of this Maple Forest stake was to improve a student's balance, coordination, reaction speed, and other important functions. There was a formation under the tree stakes. Once the formation was activated, the originally fixed wooden stakes would move at will. At this time, the number of people who dared to stay on the wooden stake formation could be counted on one hand. Rumble. At this moment, the wooden stake formation seemed to be in an active state. A young figure nimbly and steadily moved back and forth on the willfully changing wooden stakes under his feet. The youth held a dark gold spear with black patterns. A 3-foot spear light lingered on the body of the spear. Even though the wooden stakes moved once every 2 seconds, Chu Hen's figure was still as steady as if he was walking on flat ground. Moreover, as Chu Hen moved on the wooden stakes of different heights and lengths, stones, leaves, dried branches, and other miscellaneous hidden weapons would fly in from all directions of the square. When the wooden stake formation was activated, the miscellaneous items on the ground around it would automatically become hidden weapons to attack. This directly increased the difficulty of the wooden stake formation. Ding! Chu Hen used his spear to deflect the flying stones, and the sharp spear light directly shattered them into pieces. Whoosh! In the next moment, a fiery red maple leaf flew from the right side, accompanied by a rapid wind-breaking momentum, a series of red afterimages in the air. At the same time, the wooden stake under Chu Hen's feet also moved in an instant. Facing this continuous danger, Chu Hen did not panic at all. When he lost his footing, he exerted force from his waist, and his whole body was almost parallel to the ground. Then his body spun, and the Demon Punisher spear was sent out, accurately piercing the maple leaf. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the maple leaf, and picked it up at the end. Then Chu Hen did a backward somersault, and steadily landed on the empty space outside the wooden stake formation. Whoa! Then the maple leaf at the tip of the Demon Punisher spear was like a broken bubble, instantly turning into fine dust. Good skills! At this time a hearty laugh came. Chu Hen turned around and saw that the newcomer was actually He Qingyuan. Senior brother Qingyuan. Hee, junior brother Chu Hen is truly talented. It's only been less than half a month, and you've already reached this level. I'm really ashamed. Senior brother Qingyuan is joking. No, absolutely not. I only managed to stand on the wooden stake after half a month. At the time, senior brother Ji Xian laughed at me for a while. Ji Xian? Chu Hen was slightly surprised. He had seen this name on Nebula Pavilion's Star Branch ranking. Ji Xian was the number 1 on the Star Branch ranking, and also instructor Shi Lan's direct disciple. His accumulated star points exceeded 100,000, and Ji Xian was the undisputed number 1 in Tensei Prefecture. Junior brother Chu Hen, with your talent, you may be able to match up to senior brother Ji Xian in the future, He Qingyuan said. Chu Hen smiled and did not say anything more on this matter. He then asked, Senior brother Qingyuan, why are you alone? Where are the others? Today was the day instructor Shi Lan taught. Due to the many times of rudeness before, Chu Hen came early today. He Qingyuan shook his head. Today's lesson is cancelled. Cancelled again? Chu Hen was startled. He Qingyuan also found it a little funny. It had been so long, but Chu Hen had not listened to Shi Lan's lesson even once. He Qingyuan patted Chu Hen's shoulder and said, Yes, in 3 days we will be going to Heaven Lake mountain range to train. This time, instructor Shi Lan will be leading a team, so there are many things to prepare. Heaven Lake mountain range. Chu Hen's eyes flashed with surprise. Didn't big brother Long Qingyang go to Heaven Lake mountain range? It had already been half a month since the last star elite competition meet until today. During this time, Chu Hen had gone to look for Long Xuanshuang twice to ask about Long Qingyang, but he had not returned. This made Chu Hen feel uneasy. If he went to Heaven Lake Mountain Range this time, he might be able to check it out. Senior brother Qingyuan, can we newcomers go? Chu Hen asked. Yes, the requirements to sign up for Heaven Lake Demon Hunt are students who have been in the school for less than 3 years and are at least at the 9th level of the channel opening realm. Is that so? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Yes, go back and prepare well. Gather at 7 Stars Square in 3 days. After talking with He Qingyuan for a while, Chu Hen returned to his residence. News of the Heaven Lake Demon Hunt training had spread throughout Tensei Prefecture. Once they heard that mentor Shilan was leading the team, everyone rushed to sign up. Of course, there were also a small number of people who were afraid of the dangers of Heaven Lake Mountain Range and were unwilling to participate. Back at his residence, Chu Hen began to tidy up. There are 3 days left. I can take the profound energy pill. In the past dozen or so days, Chu Hen had basically been perfecting and practicing the punishing demon spear technique on the wooden stake array, as well as studying the sealing ice seal technique that he had just grasped. Right now, the true essence within his body had become solid and stable, so it was the appropriate time to take the profound Yuan Dan. With a flash of white light, a small jade bottle appeared in his palm. Removing the stopper, a rich medicinal smell wafted into his nose. Chu Hen poured the profound energy pill into his palm. The dark red pill contained an obscure and restless energy. A faint heat surged in Chu Hen's eyes. This profound energy pill should be able to help me break through to the 4th level of the element opening realm. Immediately, Chu Hen stuffed the profound energy pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and slid down his throat. Chapter 89. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moment Chu Hen opened the door, a gust of fresh air rushed into his face. Chu Hen felt refreshed, his eyes and ears were clear, and his body was full. Compared to 3 days ago, his aura was clearly stronger. Junior brother Chu Hen. Haozi's voice followed. You still know to come out? There was no movement for 3 days. I thought you died in there. Mu Feng sat on a step with his legs crossed and a ruffian smile on his face. Chu Hen retorted without any trace of politeness and said, Did you eat too much garlic? It's still early in the morning and your mouth is so dirty. F***CK. You're the one who ate too much garlic. This handsome Feng never eats that stuff. Stop arguing. Haozi felt a headache coming on. It's time to gather at the Qixing Plaza. It's almost time to set off. Half a month ago, Haozi had also opened his 9th martial meridian and stepped into the 9th level of channel opening realm. Naturally, he could also participate in the Heaven Lake Demon Hunt this time. At the mention of this, Mu Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately jumped up from the ground. Too cool, too cool. Mentor Shilan will be leading the team, and Bai Yue will also be participating. This handsome Feng's 2 ultimate goals are both. AI, you too, wait for me. I say, damn, why are you in such a hurry? Without waiting for Mu Feng to finish, Chu Hen and Haozi directly walked out. The two could only ignore Mu Feng's shamelessness. At this moment, the Qixing Plaza, about 500 to 600 young men and women gathered here. The scene was lively, and the cheerful and crisp voices of the girls were full of youthful energy. Everyone's faces were brimming with excited smiles. For most of the people present, this was the first time participating in the Heaven Lake Mountain Range Training Conference. Especially if they were going in a group, it more or less felt like they were going out to play. Senior brother Chu Hen, you're here. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the rest walked up to greet Chu Hen and the rest. He Qingyuan and Lu Yu also looked over to greet him. Chu Hen responded to each of them with a smile. The current Chu Hen could be considered a celebrity in the Heavenly Star Martial House. From winning the championship in the Rising Stars competition to receiving 3 killing moves from Runway, who was at the 6th level of the natal opening realm. Just based on these 2 incidents, Chu Hen was enough to make many old students feel ashamed. What's there to be proud of? On the other side, Wu Zhe cast a cold gaze at him, then turned to Bian Hong and said, "Senior Bian Hong, I think you need to find a chance to make him restrain himself and tame his spirit." Bian Hong sneered and crossed his arms in front of him, not caring at all. He's just a newbie. There's no need to care about him. But if there's a chance, as a senior, I should teach him how to restrain himself appropriately. Coldness surged in Wu Zhe's eyes. He had always been brooding over the fact that he was defeated by Chu Hen at the wooden stake array. This anger had been bottled up in his heart, and if he didn't vent it out, it would be unbearable. Chu Hen looked around and didn't see many new students. Of course, this was normal. Tensei Prefecture didn't recruit many new students this year, and there were even fewer who were at the 9th level of the channel opening realm and above. Even Li Hui, Zhou Lu, Haozi, and the rest had advanced recently. At this moment, a young figure on the other side of the plaza appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. It was an elegant young girl wearing a white floral dress. She stood there quietly, like a pure white lotus, sober and refined. Many men looked at her intentionally or unintentionally, but no one came forward to talk to her from beginning to end. "Wow, Bai Yue!" Mu Feng was so surprised that he almost jumped up in excitement. She was Bai Yue? Chu Hen was slightly taken aback, but he wasn't too surprised. He had more or less guessed it was her. "Ha, this handsome Feng will let you experience the 36 stratagems of picking up a girl." Mu Feng suavely flipped his hair and strode forward. But before he could take 2 steps, He Qingyuan's voice came from behind. "If you don't want to die young, I advise you to stay here obediently." "Huh." Mu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and glared at him. "What did you say?" "Senior sister Bai's temper isn't very good, and she doesn't like people disturbing her. If you're lucky, you might just break a few ribs. If you're unlucky, you'll be bedridden for the rest of your life." He Qingyuan's words caused Chu Hen to be stunned. Was he purposely trying to scare Mu Feng? No matter how you looked at it, Bai Yue looked gentle and virtuous, the type of girl from a respectable family. Her clear and pure eyes were filled with gentleness, and she looked completely like a docile little lamb. How could this be called having a bad temper? But looking at He Qingyuan's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Mu Feng gulped and said with a strange expression, "I say, senior brother, can you not tease me? I'm scared." Bai Yue looks as docile and cute as a kitten. How could she have a bad temper? Otherwise, why do you think none of the men present here dared to go up and talk to her? Then tell me, is it because the men who harassed her in the past were too ugly? I'm so handsome, so I should be treated differently, right? Then go and give it a try. He Qingyuan raised his hand and made an inviting gesture. But looking at He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others' malicious smiles, Mu Feng only felt goosebumps in his heart. His small eyes turned, and he said to Haozi, who was beside him, "Mouse, you go and give it a try first." Naturally, Haozi refused. He didn't want to participate in this matter in the first place. Chu Hen would even more not help the other party do this kind of thing. Mu Feng hesitated for a while, but in the end he still chose to observe for a while before deciding. He put it in a euphemistic way. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Everyone couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. They were slowly getting used to this crazy Mu Feng. Not long after, 6 Tensei Prefecture mentors, led by Shilan, arrived. Shilan's cultivation was not something to worry about, but it was, after all, her first time leading a team to Tianqi mountain range. Therefore, Principal Jiang arranged for 2 high-level mentors and 3 mid-level mentors to assist in this mission. Wow! Seeing the appearance of Mentor Shilan, the atmosphere in the square instantly became restless. A light breeze blew past. lifting a strand of Shilan's long purple hair. Her beautiful eyes moved, and her long eyelashes gently fluttered. She looked at the faces in front of her that were not much younger than her. Her red lips moved slightly, and she said, "Let's go!" "Let's go!" In an instant, the vast group of people headed towards the gate of the academy in an orderly manner. Tianqi Mountain Range. This dangerous place was located 100 miles southwest of the capital. Just like the Boneless Mountain Range, Tianqi Mountain Range was also filled with demonic beasts, and it was filled with danger. There were many people from all walks of life gathered here, and there were also some local residents whose ancestors had lived there for generations. The sky was high, and the clouds were thin, and the eagles soared. The azure sky enveloped the surroundings, and the mountains and forests that rose and fell with great momentum were like a boundless green ocean. In the depths of the endless forest, the roars of various unknown demonic beasts were like interweaving music, but anyone could feel a dense sense of mystery and danger that made one's heart palpitate. The marching speed of the Tensei Prefecture was very fast, and there were no delays along the way. In just less than 2 days, the Tensei Prefecture's group had already reached the outer region. Looking at the gloomy and vast forest that was filled with unknown factors, many students who came with the mentality of sightseeing instantly lost their original interest. Many of the students who came with the mentality of sightseeing instantly lost their original interest, and some of the timid girls even began to hide behind their companions. Mentor Shilan, this place is about 5 miles away from the Tianqi Mountain Range. The terrain is flat and the height is moderate. It's more suitable to set up camp here. The one who spoke was a tall mentor, and his name was Zuo. He was one of the 2 high-level mentors who assisted Shilan. The other high-level mentor was a woman who was about 27 or 28 years old. She had clean short hair, and she looked a little younger. Her name was Roshan. Shilan didn't have any objections to setting up camp here. "You guys take care of things here. I'll go check the surroundings to see if there are any threatening demonic beasts." "Let me go." Mentor Shilan. Roshan said, "You're the commander of this priming meet. If there's anything you need, just tell us." Shilan shook her head slightly. "It's okay. I'm just looking around. I'll be back soon." With that, Shilan left. "Mentor Shilan is really cautious," a student said. "Yes, don't think that Mentor Shilan usually doesn't speak much. In fact, she cares about her students the most. She doesn't want anything to happen to any of the students. That's why she's so cautious." Listening to the crowd's discussion, Chu Hen couldn't help but be in deep thought. That day, he was almost injured by Run Wei's 5th chain. Even Song Qinglai, who was closest to him, couldn't save him in time. However, Shilan stopped Run Wei. This also meant that she was prepared to save him from the very beginning. That was why that willow leaf had flown over so accurately and in time. It seemed that Mentor Shilan was much more respectable than he had imagined. I'll briefly explain the contents of the Heaven Lake Demon Hunt this time. The tall instructor, Zuo, faced the crowd of young students in front of him and said, "The main purpose of this year's priming meet is to hunt demon beasts. Go out to hunt during the day and return before evening. Students who perform outstandingly in this mission will be able to obtain between 500 to 5,000 star points." 5,000 star points? The eyes of the students couldn't help but light up. This reward was really motivating. Most of the students present were old students and had accumulated a certain amount of star points. Once 5,000 star points were added, many of their badges would be able to change colors. Chapter 90. The main content of this experiential learning is to hunt and kill demonic beasts. You must go out to hunt during the day and return before evening. Students who perform outstandingly in this mission will be able to obtain 500 to 5,000 star points. When Zuo said this, the entire crowd couldn't help but burst into an uproar. 5,000 star points was not a small temptation to every student present. Hunting demonic beasts is accompanied by a certain level of danger. I would like to emphasize the following points. Zuomo's tone became solemn. Everyone followed suit and became silent. Firstly, do not go deep into the mountain range. Secondly, if you meet a demonic beast stronger than you, do not care about the consequences and just turn and run. While running, do your best to call for your nearby companions. Of course, this action may also attract other demonic beasts. So I and a few other teachers will patrol the vicinity. If you are lucky, we will be able to save you in time. If your luck isn't good, then pray for more luck. When they heard this, many of them felt a chill down their spines. Looks like the slightest carelessness during this experiential learning could cost their lives. But seeing that many of them revealed fearful expressions, another high-ranking teacher, Roshan, smiled and said, "Everyone don't need to be too afraid. As long as you don't go deep into the mountain range, it is still relatively safe. Everyone can also form a team to hunt demonic beasts." Form a team? Everyone's eyes lit up. If it's a team, I personally suggest that there shouldn't be more than 3 to 4 people. Zuomo said solemnly. Why? Teacher Zuomo, isn't it good to have companions to take care of us? It can also guarantee our safety. A student asked. Because you are here for experiential learning and not to play. Zuomo's voice suddenly became stern. The students in front were shocked and instantly became silent. Zuomo continued, "What is experiential learning? It is to make yourself stronger through battles and not require the protection of companions. I won't say much about the rest. You guys can figure it out yourselves. The last point is that other than our Tensei Prefecture students, there will also be teams from other high-ranked martial schools here for experiential learning. If you meet them, try your best not to get into conflict with them." "Yes, teacher, Zuomo." After explaining the matters to take note of, everyone began to set up camp. Teacher, Shilan only returned when it was almost evening. The students began to rest early in the midst of slight nervousness and slight anticipation, preparing themselves for tomorrow's monster hunt. The next day, when the first ray of golden light shone down from the sky, the bugle sounded. In the midst of the youthful vigor, the numerous young students of the Heavenly Star Martial House were like warlike warriors, rushing into the vast forests of the Sky Lake Mountain Range. "Chu-Hen, let's team up." Mu Feng suggested. Chu-Hen wanted to refuse, but considering that Haozi's strength was only at the 9th stage of the channel opening realm, he temporarily agreed. As soon as everyone entered the forest of the Tianqi mountain range, they encountered many strange and ferocious demonic beasts. Even though this was only the outer region, one could already see many first and second level great demons. They were comparable to first or second level natal connecting realm martial cultivators. To those students who were only at the 9th level of the meridian opening realm, they still posed a certain threat. Charge! The morale of the people from Tensei Prefecture was relatively high. They took out their weapons and started fighting the demonic beasts. After successfully killing the demonic beast, he extracted its crystal core. In the depths of the forest, there were quite a number of black figures hiding in the dark, staring coldly at the movement in front of them. Some of these people were hunting squads that hunted demonic beasts in exchange for money, while others were bandits that lived on the edge of a knife. Ha! So it's a bunch of brats. Forget it. Leave this place to them. In the imperial capital, the power of a high-level martial house was enough to make people from all walks of life rather fearful. Even if they were bandits who had fled to the ends of the earth, they would not be stupid enough to lay their hands on these little lambs at this time. Anyone could have guessed that the strength of the teacher leading the team must not be underestimated in order to bring so many people at once. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days of fighting in the forest, the temperament of many of the young men and women had changed. Some of the young men and women who looked weak before, after experiencing real blood and life and death battles, had grown both mentally and physically. What made teacher Shilan relieved was that there were no deaths of students in these 3 days. However, the number of injured students was exceptionally high. Just on the first day alone, there were nearly 100 students with various injuries. On the third day, the number of injured students was close to half. After all, most of them were inexperienced fledglings, so it was inevitable for them to be injured. Even so, most of the students gradually began to enjoy the hardy process of fighting with demonic beasts, especially after successfully killing a demonic beast. The sense of accomplishment was self-evident. Bang! At this moment, Chu Hen was fighting with a demonic beast that looked like a leopard but was more than 3 meters long. What was more shocking was that this demonic beast actually had 3 eyes. In the center of its forehead, there was a horizontal eye. 3-eyed thunder leopard, a class 4 demonic beast. Other than being extremely fast, this demonic beast could also spit out the power of thunder and lightning from its 3rd horizontal eye. It was a rather dangerous demonic beast. However, Chu Hen was not afraid. For Chu Hen, who had just broken through to the 4th level of the elemental opening realm with the help of the profound essence pill, this 3-eyed thunder leopard was the best training target. Since this morning, Chu Hen had been acting alone. After all, with his strength, a class 1 or 2 demonic beast was not a challenge at all. Mu Feng, Haozi, and the others did not request for Chu Hen to accompany them. Boom! Chu Hen held the demon Punisher spear in his hand, and the sharp tip of the spear continuously clashed with the 3-eyed thunder leopard's sharp claws. Sparks flew everywhere and power flew everywhere. One tree after another was destroyed. Although the 3-eyed thunder leopard's attacks were swift and fierce, Chu Hen was calm and composed. His spear was different from its usual domineering style and became flexible and flexible. This was the attack pattern of the demon Punisher spear. Over the past few days, Chu Hen had already started to study the spear technique left behind by Feng Bufan, the demonic spear. Feng Bufan's spear technique was famous for its flexibility and its ability to catch opponents off guard. It was particular about attacking the opponent's weakest point, which made Chu Hen exclaim in surprise, "Hiss!" With a flash of the spear's radiance, a bloody wound appeared on the 3-eyed thunder leopard's back. Roar! An angry roar came from its mouth. The despicable human in front of it seemed to have used it as a training target from the very beginning. This made it completely furious. Although the 3-eyed thunder leopard was not very intelligent, it could still sense the dangerous aura. This despicable human gave it a very dangerous feeling. If this went on, it would definitely die in his hands. The enraged 3-eyed thunder leopard gathered an extremely violent demonic energy. In an instant, the horizontal eye in the middle of its forehead emitted a dazzling silver light. With a chi-chi sound, restless lightning flashed in the middle of its forehead like a ball of lightning. Has it gone mad? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Chapter 91. Chi-chi. Violent energy undulations were released from the 3-eyed thunder leopard's body. The eye in the middle of its forehead blossomed with a dazzling light. Resplendent silver lightning continuously gathered together, and it looked like a lightning ball that was about to explode. Has it gone mad? The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and a domineering and fierce aura suddenly leaked out from his body. The dark power of true Yuan rapidly climbed up the punishing demon spear like vines. Chu Hen's body was covered with a layer of demonic black light. A cold and solemn wind wantonly stirred up, and an invisible killing intent quietly filled the air. The 3-eyed thunder leopard sensed the dangerous aura coming from Chu Hen's body, and human-like fear surged in its eyes. However, it did not have any intention of retreating. Roar! The 3-eyed thunder leopard roared towards the sky, and the lightning in the middle of its forehead blossomed to the extreme, and it was as dazzling as the sun. However, just at that time, Chu Hen's body moved, and he suddenly shot out explosively. The black-colored light that twined around his body quickly gathered towards the demon Punisher spear. Circles of black-colored light were like streams that converged into a river from all directions. The lines and patterns on the demon Punisher spear strangely extended, and like vines, they climbed up Chu Hen's arm. In that instant, Chu Hen felt as if he was connected to the demon Punisher spear, and the rapid wind breaking momentum caused a shocking, rumbling sound of thunder. Rumble! It was unknown where this sound came from, but it had a penetrating power that went straight into the depths of one's soul. The three-eyed thunder leopard's body involuntarily trembled, and an indescribable fear rose from the bottom of its heart. In the next instant, the lightning in the middle of its forehead struck towards Chu Hen, and the destructive aura caused the air to tremble. The lightning was as sharp and dazzling as an electric blade. However, Chu Hen was not afraid in the slightest, and the demon Punisher spear, which was surrounded by a black cyclone, fell down with an unstoppable force, and with a bang, it solidly hit the lightning pillar. Sparks flew everywhere, and the aftermath of the berserk energy swept in all directions. Trees were cut down, rocks were overturned, and a thick layer of soil was scraped flat. In the face of such a violent impact, Chu Hen did not take even half a step back. The sharp and overbearing cold spear tore through the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air, after which it forcefully pierced the three-eyed thunder leopard's head. Roar! Scarlet blood spurted out, and the three-eyed thunder leopard let out a low, sorrowful whimper before it finally fell powerlessly to the ground. Who? Chu Hen breathed out a sigh of relief. This was the third-class, four-great demon that he had killed today. In actual combat, Chu Hen's spear technique was also getting more and more skillful. I wonder how Hausi and the others are doing. Chu Hen muttered softly. Soon after, he cut open the thunder leopard's body and extracted the crystal core from within. Then he headed back in the direction he came from, near the outskirts of the Tianqi mountain range. Senior brother Chu Hen, you're back! A young man and a young woman appeared from behind a large tree and walked towards Chu Hen with pleasant surprise on their faces. These two were none other than Li Hui and Zhou Lu. Why is it just you two? Where are Hausi and Mu Feng? Chu Hen asked. Since this was the first time Li Hui and Zhou Lu had come to the Sky Lake mountain range, the two did not dare to act on their own. However, the older students felt that their strength was too low and were unwilling to bring them along. Thus, they could only form a four-man team with Mu Feng and Hausi. Senior brother Chu Hen, I was just about to tell you about this. Li Hui's expression seemed to be a little anxious. Mu Feng and Hausi went with a few people from Imperial Martial Academy to obtain the Blood Yuan fruit. Imperial Martial Academy? Blood Yuan fruit? Chu Hen was shocked. The Tensei Prefecture was not the only place to train in the Sky Lake mountain range. Students from other high-ranked martial houses were also scattered in different places. Imperial Martial Academy was the head of the 5 great martial houses. Why would they look for Hausi and Mu Feng? As for the so-called Blood Yuan fruit, Chu Hen had heard of it before. It was a kind of heavenly treasure that grew in places of extreme yin. It grew by absorbing the essence and blood of demonic beasts as nutrients. The Blood Yuan fruit contained a very pure and enormous energy. It could strengthen meridians, forge muscles and bones, and nourish energy. It was effective even for Wu Xiao, who was at the core transformation stage. And for Wu Xiao, who was at the elemental opening stage, it was a rare treasure. But Chu Hen was still puzzled. Why would the people from Imperial Martial Academy tell such an important thing to others? What's going on? Chu Hen asked. There are demon beasts guarding the Blood Yuan fruit. Li Hui Yi explained. Then the people from Imperial Martial Academy happened to see Senior Brother Hausi being able to control the gold nibbling mouse. So they suggested to us to work together to pick the Blood Yuan fruit. At that time, They would attract the attention of the demon beasts guarding there and let senior brother Hausi control the gold-nibbling mouse to steal the blood yuan fruit. So that's how it is. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. But I know the leader of the people from Imperial Martial Academy. Zhou Lu said, that guy is called Qi Yuan, and he is not a good person. I have already hinted to the two of them to ignore Qi Yuan, but Mu Feng still dragged Hausi over. When these words came out, Chu Hen's face slightly darkened. It seemed that working together with the people from Imperial Martial Academy was like asking a tiger for its skin. This is such a serious matter. Why didn't you tell instructors Mo and the others? We also wanted to. Li Hui Yi had a look of regret. It was senior brother Mu Feng who didn't let us tell instructor Xilan. Qi Yuan said that the blood yuan fruit is limited, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. So senior brother Mu Feng told us to wait here for them to return. This guy, Chu Hen frowned. Usually he thought that Mu Feng was pretending to be crazy, but he didn't expect him to be so stupid sometimes. With their strength, if the people from Imperial Martial Academy were to fall out with them, they wouldn't even know how they died. Which direction did they go? Chu Hen asked. That way. Li Hui Yi pointed in a direction. You two go back and tell this to instructors Mo and the others. I will chase after them. Senior brother Chu Hen, that Qi Yuan strength is at the 7th level of the element opening realm. Be careful. Got it. With that, Chu Hen's figure moved, and he hurriedly headed in a direction, disappearing into the deep forest in a few blinks of an eye. Li Hui Yi and Zhou Lu didn't hesitate, and they headed towards the headquarters as fast as they could. Dense fog lingered, and demonic beasts roared. In a shady valley where the sun didn't shine, a fierce battle was taking place. Nearly 100 demonic beasts were fiercely attacking 5 young men and women. Jia Jia, Ji Ji. These demonic beasts were all monsters with long arms and legs and black fur. They looked like monkeys, but there was a sharp horn on their foreheads. The one-horned ghost monkey was a 2nd-level demonic beast. It was extremely agile and fast, but its weakness was that it didn't have an advantage in terms of strength. Hiss! Blood splattered, and the one-horned ghost monkeys were killed. Although the young men and women were surrounded, they didn't panic at all. Each of them fought in an orderly manner, as if they were stalling for time. Humph, evil creatures, don't you dare jump around in front of me! Hiss! The sharp sword Qi tore through the air, and like a phantom, it cut several one-horned ghost monkeys in half. The one who displayed such a powerful sword move was a handsome man with an extraordinary demeanor. His sword moves revealed a free and easy feeling, and every time he swung his sword, a one-horned ghost monkey's blood would splatter 5 steps away. Senior brother Qi Yuan, your sword skills have improved a lot again. Another woman holding a light sword shouted in surprise. Don't be distracted. Focus on the enemy. The man named Qi Yuan said indifferently. Got it, senior brother Qi Yuan. Among the 5 people, for we're from the Imperial Martial Academy, and the other was Mu Feng. I dodge. I stab your eyes. Mu Feng's fighting style was also unique enough. Basically, he would dodge here and there, or he would specifically attack the weak points of the one-horned ghost monkeys. It was as if they were playing a joke. Although the people from the Imperial Martial Academy were skilled, the number of one-horned ghost monkeys had a great advantage. As the saying goes, ants can bite an elephant to death, and a pack of wolves can tear a tiger to shreds. The few of them didn't dare to go deep into the crowd of beasts, and they just blocked the entrance of the valley, fighting and retreating. However, in the depths of the valley, there was a large tree with lush foliage. This tree was particularly strange. Its leaves were as green as jade, glowing with a white light. Between the branches and leaves, there were red fruits the size of longan fruits. The red fruits were tender and beautiful, exuding a tempting fragrance. A cute little mouse sneaked up the treetop, quietly tore off 2 blood yuan fruits, and then hurriedly burrowed into the flowers and grass. halfway up the mountain, behind a relatively hidden rock. Halsey's expression slightly focused, his attention swept back and forth between the battle in front of him and the blood yuan fruit tree in the valley. And in front of Halsey, there were 30 to 40 tender red fruits on a piece of white cloth, each of which was lingering with a subtle red light, looking very strange. Gigi, along with a low sound, the little golden gnawing mouse, holding 2 blood yuan fruits in its hands, poked its furry little head out of the grass. "Little Gold, you're really something." Halsey's eyes lit up, and he said with a happy expression, "Gigi," the little golden gnawing mouse, as if it understood Halsey's words, casually put the 2 blood yuan fruits in front of him. "These are almost enough." Looking at the nearly 40 blood yuan fruits in front of him, a knowing smile appeared on Halsey's face. He wasn't a greedy person, and these were enough. However, the intelligence of those one-horned ghost monkeys was low enough, which was why they were able to succeed so easily. Immediately, Halsey wrapped the blood yuan fruits in front of him with white cloth, then stood up and shouted to the people fighting with the one-horned ghost monkeys in the valley, "Mu Feng, it's almost enough, retreat!" Chapter 92. Mu Feng, it's about time. Let's retreat. Halsey controlled the golden gnawing mouse to help him pick the blood yuan fruit with a white cloth, then shouted towards the valley below, "Retreat!" Mu Feng, Qi Yuan, and the other geniuses of Imperial Martial Academy were all enlightened. They repelled the oncoming wave of one-horned ghost monkeys and then retreated to Halsey's position. Jia. At the same time, the one-horned ghost monkeys had already discovered that there were not many blood yuan fruits left in the valley. They were so angry that they bared their teeth and jumped around. Jia, the angry one-horned ghost monkeys chased after them. However, Mu Feng and the others had already retreated to Halsey's side. "Hee mouse, where are the blood yuan fruits?" Mu Feng smiled excitedly. "They're all here." Halsey raised the cloth bag in his hand. "You're really something, haha." Mu Feng was pleasantly surprised and reached out to take the cloth bag. "Give it to me." Halsey didn't think much and handed over the cloth bag. But at this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his right hand at lightning speed and directly snatched the blood yuan fruit from Halsey's hand. "You." Mu Feng's face changed dramatically, and he shouted angrily, "Damn Imperial Martial Academy, what do you mean?" Nothing. I just want to thank you two for helping us pick so many blood yuan fruits." Qi Yuan's face revealed a smug and evil smile, and the other 3 young men and women of Imperial Martial Academy also revealed malicious eyes. "You want to go back on your word? We clearly agreed before that when we get the blood yuan fruits, each side will get half." Halsey was also a little anxious. Without waiting for Qi Yuan to answer, Mu Feng rolled his eyes and immediately changed into a grin. Blood yuan fruits. We'll give it to you. We don't want it anymore. We'll leave first." After saying that, Mu Feng grabbed Halsey's arm, intending to wait for him to leave. However, before the 2 of them could even take a step forward, a cold glint flashed across Qi Yuan's eyes. Without saying anything further, he grabbed onto Mu Feng and Halsey's shoulders. Following that, he exerted strength in his arms and forcefully flung the 2 of them away. Bang! Ouch! F***CK. Mu Feng and Halsey were thrown to the ground, and their faces were bruised and swollen. Even worse, the 2 of them had actually fallen back into the gorge. Those horned ghost monkeys were like a pack of starving mad dogs, and they bared their fangs while revealing savage and ferocious expressions as they charged over. F***CK, your family's immortals. Mu Feng was so angry that he opened his mouth and scolded. "You bastards, it's fine if you don't keep your promise, but you want to kill us to silence us. Did your parents ever teach you to keep your word? What happened to the trust between people?" "Humph." Qi Yuan sneered. "Naturally, the fewer people who know about the blood yuan fruit, the better. You said you don't want it, but you don't think so in your heart. You're in such a hurry to leave because you want to go back and ask for help. You can't hide your little trick from me. F*CK, your little aunt's big watermelon. Don't forget, when I came here, I already had 2 companions who knew why I came with you. Mufong scolded as he dealt with the horned ghost monkeys that rushed up to him. Haha, so what? Qi Yuan didn't care at all. His face was full of playful sneer. The 2 of them don't know that we have already obtained the blood yuan fruit. When someone from your side asks, I can say that the operation has failed. We didn't get the blood yuan fruit, and what's even more sad is that we lost both of your lives. F*CK bitch! Mufong was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. At this time, the 2 of them had already fallen into the encirclement of the horned ghost monkeys. In this situation, they couldn't even run away. Qi Yuan and the others looked down at the 2 people surrounded by the horned ghost monkeys, and a contemptuous smile appeared on their faces. Hey, just 2 trash from Tensei Prefecture. If they die, then they die. Who cares? The one who spoke was a young man in green clothes. Bang! Under the siege of the horned ghost monkeys, Haozi and Mufong were soon in a sorry state and lost the ability to resist. Especially Haozi, whose strength was only at channel opening stage 9, was covered with cuts and bruises. The sharp claws of the horned ghost monkeys that were like scimitars left bloody wounds on Haozi's body. His skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. It was a ghastly sight. Mouse, don't die. With a wave of Mufang's fingertips, a white invisible sword chi flew out and cut off the head of a ghost monkey. At the same time, a ghost monkey behind him left a deep claw mark on the back of Mufang, who was caught off guard. Hiss! The intense pain caused Mufang's entire body to tremble uncontrollably. 5 bloody wounds that were so deep that the bones could be seen suddenly appeared on his back. In an instant, an endless anger rose, and Mufang's eyes turned scarlet in an instant. You bastards, this is what you did to me. If I don't kill you bastards today, my name is not Mufang. Bang! As soon as his voice fell, a strange, evil spirit erupted from Mufang's body. He raised his hand and raised his palm, and the power of red true essence surged forward like a river. The incomparably overbearing power was shocking and angry. With a series of heavy explosions, 5 or 6 horned ghost monkeys were sent flying in an instant. Each of them screamed, their bones were broken, and their internal organs were beaten out. Halfway up the mountain, Qi Yuan and the others all revealed astonished expressions. Why did this guy's aura suddenly rise so much? A young woman asked in confusion. Who cares? No matter how evil he is, he will die without a doubt. The man in green sneered. They seemed to want to see Mufang and Haozi die here with their own eyes before they left. At this moment, Haozi, who was covered in blood, finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell powerlessly to the ground. Mouse, don't die. Even though Mufang's aura was several times stronger than before, he didn't have the time to take care of Haozi when facing the ferocious beast horde that came wave after wave. Following that, the 2 one-horned ghost monkeys pounced on the rats on the ground like hungry ghosts. However, right at this critical moment, a swift and fierce spear light flashed through the sky along with a flowing light shuttle that could be traced back to 1,000 years of time, and it penetrated the heads of the 2 horned ghost monkeys in succession. Hiss! Warm blood splattered, and the 2 horned ghost monkeys that pounced towards Haozi didn't even have the chance to scream before they lost their lives. In the next moment, a young and handsome man flashed over and landed beside Haozi. The spear that was covered in black light shook, and the sharp tip of the spear tore through the air and slashed through the necks of 6 or 7 horned ghost monkeys in a row. Miserable screams resounded, and the row of horned ghost monkeys in front of him were immediately flipped to the ground. Holy shit, Chu Hen, you're finally here. I suddenly feel that you're so handsome. Mufang was both surprised and delighted. His eyes lit up as if he had seen his savior. Take Haozi and leave first. Chu Hen's cold eyes focused, and his gaze that was as cold as a blade swept towards Qi Yuan and the others who were halfway up the mountain. Qi Yuan and the others were similarly surprised by Chu Hen's sudden appearance. Humph! Another meddlesome person came out. The corner of Qi Yuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Roar! Just as Qi Yuan was about to do something, an angry beast's roar came from the back of the valley. Everyone was shocked. They raised their eyes to look, only to see that it was a large horned ghost monkey that was 4 to 5 meters tall. The red hair all over its body stood up, sharp like needles. Its sturdy body seemed to be filled with explosive, destructive power. Its ferocious and sinister face caused people to tremble in fear. "It's the horned ghost monkey king," the young man in green blurted out. Qi Yuan frowned and said coldly, "This horned ghost monkey king was originally a 5th-level great demon. During the period when it occupied this place, it probably ate a lot of blood yuan fruits here. I'm afraid it has evolved to at least the level of a 7th-level great demon." Qi Yuan's cultivation was at the 7th level of the natal opening realm, and he could feel a dangerous aura from the horned ghost monkey king. This also meant that the other party was at least a 7th-level great demon. Why didn't this beast come out before? The man in green continued to ask. The power in its body is a little restless and chaotic. If I'm not wrong, it has been hiding in the dark to break through. Compared to the others, Qi Yuan's knowledge and eyesight were obviously much higher. Roar! But it was also at this moment that the horned ghost monkey king set off a violent aura and rushed over. A series of red shadows flashed in the air, and the horned ghost monkey king leaped, directly flying more than 20 meters above the ground, and its target was the Imperial Martial Academy's Qi Yuan and the others. That damned animal. The expressions on their faces changed drastically. The horned ghost monkey king was not an ordinary ghost monkey. The former already had a certain level of intelligence. The horned ghost monkey king was very clear that the stolen blood yuan fruit was with Qi Yuan, so it naturally chased after him first. Disperse! Seeing the horned ghost monkey king arrive in front of them in the blink of an eye, Qi Yuan and the others hurriedly retreated. Boom! In the next moment, the horned ghost monkey king's huge iron palm, which was like a cattail leaf fan, fiercely slapped the place where they had just been. The violent power surged down, and a deep pit with a width of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. Don't fight with this beast, go. It was not a rational thing to fight with the enraged horned ghost monkey king. Immediately, Qi Yuan glanced coldly at Chu Hen in the valley. Their eyes met, and invisible sparks burst out in the air. Humph! Qi Yuan sneered and then fled with the other 3. How could the horned ghost monkey king let these guys who stole its blood yuan fruit go so easily? It also chased after them. The big trouble, the horned ghost monkey king, did not come, but the group of horned ghost monkeys were still besieging Chu Hen and the others. Take Haozi and leave first, hurry up! Chu Hen shouted. Chapter 93. Be careful! After the one-horned ghost monkey king chased after the people from the Imperial Martial Academy, Mu Feng carried Haozi, who was covered in blood, under Chu Hen's cover and left in a hurry. Gigi! Gigi! The one-horned ghost monkeys advanced wave after wave, constantly launching ferocious attacks at Chu Hen. Chu Hen held the long spear in his hand, and the sharp spear light bloomed in the air. Blood splattered, killing intent filled the air, and the cold light was dazzling. One after another, the one-horned ghost monkeys died under Chu Hen's spear. Hiss! The cold spear that was surging with black light pierced through the body of a ghost monkey like it was tofu. In the next moment, a ghost monkey rushed up from the left and right, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Chu Hen's head. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. At the same time, he released the demon Punisher spear in his palm, and both of his hands turned into palms, striking at the ghost monkey. Bang, bang, 2 dull vibrations overlapped with each other, and the two one-horned ghost monkeys let out mournful screams. Their bodies were beaten into a bent state, and their internal organs flew out. Chu Hen pulled the demon Punisher's spear out of the chest of the ghost monkey in front of him and glanced in the direction that Mu Feng and Haozi left from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that the two of them had left successfully, Chu Hen chose to retreat without hesitation. There were too many one-horned ghost monkeys, and if he continued to fight with them, he would only be at a disadvantage. Surviving in the boneless mountain range for nearly a month had given Chu Hen a lot of experience in escaping. In just a short while, Chu Hen shook off the pursuit of the one-horned ghost monkeys and successfully escaped from the predicament. Chu Hen flipped over a lush tree, slightly calming the somewhat chaotic aura. Thinking about it, it was really thrilling just now. Fortunately, he arrived in time, or else he would have to collect Haozi's corpse. However, looking at Haozi's condition, his injuries were definitely not light. It was still unknown how his condition was. Those bastards! Chu Hen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of coldness surged in his eyes. Listening to what Li Hui and Zhou Lu had said, Chu Hen thought that those people from the Imperial Martial Academy were nothing more than using Haozi, and after using him, at most they would turn hostile and refuse to share the blood origin fruits with them. Who would have thought that it was one thing to turn their backs on him, but to actually burn the bridge after crossing it? As expected of someone from the Imperial Martial Academy, his way of doing things is so ruthless. Chu Hen thought to himself, if it was someone from the same generation as him from another high-ranked martial house, they probably wouldn't have done such a thing. Just at this time, the faint sounds of battle were caught by Chu Hen. Chu Hen's heart was slightly startled, and his gaze swept towards the deep and gloomy forest. Who could it be over there? After a brief hesitation, Chu Hen's figure moved, and he leaped up, smoothly landing on the trunk of another large tree. Subsequently, Chu Hen cautiously headed in the direction of the sound. The closer he got, the more intense the energy fluctuations became. Not long after, the scene of a great battle appeared in front of Chu Hen. Chu Hen hid behind a large tree and quietly observed. The first thing that came into view was a giant python that was tens of meters long. What was even more frightening was that this giant python had two heads, and there were 3 pairs of transparent thin wings on its back. The bright and clean scales were closely arranged, and the dark net pattern was beautiful and emitted a dangerous aura. Double-headed, 6-winged python. Chu Hen was shocked, and a trace of seriousness emerged between his brows. This was a great demon of the 8th level, comparable to Wu Xiao, who was at the 8th level of the element opening realm. Even compared to the one-horned ghost monkey king, it was much stronger. Boom! Strong winds wreaked havoc, and violent gales rose in all directions. The attack of the double-headed, 6-winged python was exceptionally ferocious. Its tail, which was filled with solid muscles, swept across like the autumn wind, sweeping away fallen leaves. Thick and strong towering trees were cut in half, and with chips and dust flew wantonly. The body of the double-headed, 6-winged python was like steel, and everywhere it went, everything was destroyed. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the shadows, was secretly shocked. The strength of a great demon of the 8th level was truly terrifying. If an ordinary person were to be whipped by it, they would definitely be smashed into minced meat. When Chu Hen saw the person fighting against the double-headed, 6-winged python, he was slightly startled. That person was actually a young girl. She wore a long white dress that accentuated her exquisite and tall figure. Her soft and beautiful long hair reached her waist, her eyebrows were slender, and her beautiful eyes were like stars. Her small cherry lips were lightly pursed, and she was especially moving. In her slender and fair hand was a light, treasured sword. A dazzling silver light flickered on the body of the sword, and it was nimble, yet imposing. It's her? When Chu Hen saw the appearance of the girl clearly, he was suddenly stunned. A faint ripple of water appeared in his calm mind, and a certain heartstring in the depths of his heart seemed to be gently plucked. In Chu Hen's mind, a coincidental scene that happened nearly 2 months ago suddenly appeared. At that time, Chu Hen was choosing weapons in Qing Yin Pavilion. Afterward, he unintentionally took a fancy to a bracelet with a blue gemstone on the counter. Just as Chu Hen was about to take that bracelet, another girl also took a fancy to it. The fingertips of the two of them unexpectedly touched each other. In reality, it was just an unintentional small misunderstanding. But for some unknown reason, at that time, Chu Hen had an indescribable feeling that traveled from his fingertips to the bottom of his heart. A faint warmth and a hint of freshness. It was like a bud of some kind of emotion had been faintly touched. Of course, there was also the fact that Chu Hen was stunned by the other party's appearance. This was also the reason why Chu Hen immediately remembered that the girl in front of him was the girl he met in the Qingyin Pavilion. "I think she's called Meng Chang or something," Chu Hen murmured softly. Boom, boom! The fight between the girl and the two-headed, six-winged python became more and more intense. The collision of quintessential essence and demonic power set off waves of chaotic air currents. The two-headed, six-winged python straightened its body, and its vertical pupils shone with an ominous glint. Its scarlet forked tongue continuously flicked in and out. Soon after, the two-headed, six-winged python opened its poisonous mouth and spat out 2 beams of light, one red and one white. Scorching and chilly air currents spread out. The red beam of light turned into a fireball, while the white beam of light turned into a sharp icicle. Seeing the two-headed, six-winged python launch an attack of 2 different attributes, ice and fire, Chu Hen, who was standing on the sidelines, frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a little worried for the girl. However, the girl's beautiful eyes focused slightly, and her graceful figure flashed like a spirit butterfly. As she dodged the fireball, she raised her wrist lightly, and the sword in her hand slashed at the icicle. Ding! The icicle shattered and exploded, turning into hundreds and thousands of sparkling ice shards. Chapter 94. Ding! As the beautiful young lady dodged the fireball that was flying towards her, she flicked her wrist lightly, and the sword in her hand struck the ice spike that was flying towards her. The ice spike shattered and exploded, transforming into thousands of sparkling and translucent ice shards. Hiss, hiss! The twin-headed, six-winged python flicked its scarlet forked tongue, and its vertical pupils were filled with a malevolent and ominous glint. It opened its large mouth once again and ceaselessly spat out fireballs and ice shards. The surrounding temperature instantly fluctuated between high and low, cold and hot. A scorching wave of air mixed with a bone-piercing chill swept out in all directions, and an unending stream of fireballs and ice shards carried an incomparably dangerous aura as they flew towards the beautiful young lady. The beautiful young lady frowned slightly, and a hint of solemnity appeared in her bright eyes. Her movements were as nimble as a butterfly, and she calmly dodged these attacks that were flying towards her. Boom! Bang! The power of the fusion of ice and fire bombarded the area in front of her, and the violent shock waves shattered rock after rock, blew up giant trees, and caused soil to splatter everywhere. Wood shards flew in all directions, and dust fluttered in the air. Under the unending stream of attacks from the twin-headed, six-winged python, numerous pits that emitted black smoke suddenly appeared on the ground. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the shadows, was secretly shocked. This twin-headed, six-winged python's attack power was truly terrifying, and its destructive power was comparable to a spirit-level demonic beast. However, the twin-headed, six-winged python's weakest point was its lack of defense. If its defense was strong enough, then it would definitely not be at the level of a level 8 great demon. Based on the current situation, the young lady did not seem to be afraid of this twin-headed, six-winged python. At the very least, from the beginning until the end, she appeared to be extremely calm and composed. Chu Hen was more or less shocked. The young lady looked to be about the same age as him, yet she was able to face the twin-headed, six-winged python head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was truly shocking. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a strand of peculiar energy was suddenly caught by Chu Hen, and this energy actually originated from the young lady. A silvery light that was as faint as a veil surged out from the young lady's body, and at the same time, the aura within her body became abnormally chaotic. The young lady's elegant and refined face could not help but change, and a trace of seriousness appeared between her lightly knitted brows. "Why did you come out at this time?" The young girl bit her red lips with her silver teeth. Her slightly anxious appearance had a captivating charm to it. Then the young girl placed her left palm on her chest and separated a wisp of primordial chi to suppress the restless power in her body. However, in this case, the two-headed, six-winged python in front of him had become a huge problem. Hiss, hiss! The two-headed, six-winged python seemed to have also discovered that something was wrong with the girl, and its vertical pupils flickered with a sinister, cold light. Immediately, his attacks became more ferocious. When Chu Hen, who was hiding outside the arena, saw this scene, he could not help but show some confusion on his face. What was going on? "Demon, Chu Hen shouted, and the power of the holy body of Demon Pupil was quietly released in his body. His dark and clear eyes became deep, and a faint, demonic purple light surged in the depths of his pupils. Buzz, buzz! Immediately after, Chu Hen's visual space distorted in a strange manner. Along with a slight tremble, the flow of the power in the body of the young girl and the two-headed, six-winged python appeared in Chu Hen's mind. Chu Hen's attention was focused on the young girl. He saw that the primordial chi in her body was abnormally chaotic and restless, and this restless, chaotic power actually originated from a blurry white shadow. That white shadow seemed to be shrouded in a misty fog, and he could not see through it or investigate it clearly from its appearance. That white shadow faintly resembled the shape of a crescent moon. What is that thing? Chu Hen tried to investigate deeper, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. A surging silver light surged out from that blurry white shadow. That astonishing, mysterious power had an irresistible might, and in the next instant, Chu Hen's probing power was directly repelled. That is, Chu Hen was shocked. His demonized power was actually unable to detect that power? What exactly was that crescent moon-shaped white shadow? Even the demon, I couldn't detect it. Maybe it's because my cultivation is not enough. Chu Hen murmured softly. The demon, holy body, was one of the world's top 10 holy body bloodline limits. Although Chu Hen still did not know why he had such an amazing bloodline limit, Chu Hen had never doubted the power of the demon eye. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was not enough, and it was difficult for him to unleash the powerful power of the demon eye, so he could not detect the secret of that white shadow. Of course, the reason why Chu Hen did this was purely out of curiosity. He just wanted to find out what kind of difficulty the young girl had encountered. Boom! Just as Chu Hen was pondering for a short while, the situation in front of him changed greatly. Because of her own reasons, the young girl had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. She had been in a state of defense, unable to launch any counterattack. But the longer the battle dragged on, the more the power in her body seemed to be out of control. The restless energy was like a pool filled with water, ready to break through the dam and sweep out at any time. There's not much time left. The young girl lightly pursed her red lips, and her bright eyes slightly focused. Strong true origin power quickly gathered towards the sword in her hand, and a crisp sound reverberated in the air. The sharp edge of the sword was as bright as frost. Whoosh! In the next moment, the young girl's mind moved, and the sword in her palm immediately flew out, dragging a forceful and transparent wave of chi in the air. The sharp sword released a dazzling silver light, and its speed was so fast that it seemed like a flying shuttle that traveled thousands of years. The vertical pupils of the two-headed, six-winged python shrank, and it spat out a fireball and an icicle from its mouth. Boom! The power of both sides collided and fireballs swirled in the air, and ice shards splashed in all directions. The gorgeous sword was like a hot knife through butter, and it fell down gracefully, directly hitting the left head of the two-headed, six-winged python. Bang! An intense, muffled sound reverberated in the air, and a circle of scattered true origin power burst out. The left head of the two-headed, six-winged python was forcefully shattered, and blood sprayed out like rain. The bloody scene caused the young girl's beautiful brows to lightly knit together, and this strike wasn't enough to be fatal to the two-headed, six-winged python. Its remaining head shook violently, and its mouth emitted painful hisses. A good chance. The eyes of Chu Hen, who was waiting for an opportunity, went cold, and he didn't hesitate to explosively flash out when he saw this. Hiss, hiss! The two-headed, six-winged python that had one of its heads blasted off was incomparably furious, and its other head opened its bloody mouth as it pounced towards the young girl like an arrow that left the bow. The young girl's eyes were suffused with a gentle ripple, and her jade-like hand clenched lightly as a resolute look flashed in her eyes. However, right at this moment, a swift and fierce figure suddenly scuttled out from the forest at the side. The person leaped up, and a demonic black light coiled around his spear. Rumble! The sound of rolling thunder rang out in the air, and the surging flames were like a myriad of beasts running wildly. Hiss! Along with the hurried sound of breaking through the air, the spear that coiled around the black light was like a black bolt of lightning as it pierced into the other head of the two-headed, six-winged python. The incomparably overbearing, penetrating force entered the six-winged python skull, and a string of blood splattered everywhere. The two-headed, six-winged python let out a low whimper, and its enormous body was immediately sent flying. At the same time, Chu Hen loosened his palms, and he quickly flew backwards. Bang! The two-headed, six-winged python struggled on the ground for a long time, and then slowly stopped moving. Chu Hen let out a deep breath, and then looked at his slightly cracked palms, and he couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Even though the two-headed, six-winged python's defense was relatively weak, Chu Hen had still used all his strength to send the demon Punisher's spear into its head. The violent shock was almost too much for him to bear. "Are you all right? Are you all right?" Chu Hen turned his head around and subconsciously said these few words. The same words also lightly spat out from the young girl's mouth. The two of them couldn't help but be stunned, and their gazes met like shallow ripples on the calm surface of a lake. "Have we met somewhere before?" The young girl looked at the handsome face in front of her with some surprise, and she seemed to have a sense of déjà vu. Chu Hen smiled and said, "More than a month ago. Did you and a friend of yours go to Qing Yun Pavilion?" Qing Yun Pavilion? The young girl's beautiful eyes moved, and she pondered for a while. Suddenly, she came to a realization and said, "I remember now, you also have your eyes on that bracelet." The two of them looked at each other again and smiled. "Hello, my name is Luo Mengchang. Thank you for your help just now." The young girl stretched out her small hand that was as fair as jade, and her faint smile made people feel very comfortable. "Chu Hen." Chu Hen nodded and gently shook the other party's hand. However, at this moment, the mysterious power in Luo Mengchang's body became even more restless, like a volcano that was brewing, and it could go out of control at any time. "What's wrong with you, Miss Mengchang?" Chu Hen asked. Luo Mengchang pursed her red lips and thought to herself. Then she looked at Chu Hen with her beautiful eyes that were as bright as the moon and said softly, "Can you help me with one more thing?" "Yes, tell me." "I need some time, and during this time, I can't let anything near me." "Can't let anything near her?" Chu Hen was slightly surprised, but he still nodded without hesitation. "I'll try my best." Seeing the clear and sincere look in Chu Hen's eyes, Luo Mengchang's lips curled up into a charming smile. This young man whom she had just met actually gave her an inexplicable sense of security. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Yes." Chu Hen replied. Immediately, Luo Mengchang flicked her sleeves slightly, and the dust and rocks on the ground were swept away. She then sat on the ground and performed a series of complicated hand gestures with her fair hands. Chapter 95. In the dark and quiet forest, the atmosphere was a little subtle. Chu Hen's back was leaning against a large tree. His clear pitch-black eyes quietly looked at the absolutely beautiful figure a few meters in front of him. Luo Mengchang. It was an elegant and beautiful name, but the person really lived up to her name. Back then, the hurried meeting in the Qingyan pavilion was like a glimpse. The traces of warmth that were transmitted from his fingertips made Chu Hen feel an indescribable feeling. After nearly 2 months, Chu Hen did not expect to get to know the other party in such an environment. The corpse of the two-headed, six-winged python lay quietly on the other side. Chu Hen had already taken out its crystal core. The crystal core of a level 8 demon was still quite valuable. In the blink of an eye, nearly half an hour had passed. Luo Mengchang still did not show any signs of waking up. However, the mysterious power in her body had become a lot more peaceful, and he could only feel a faint, obscure fluctuation. Strands of silver light lingered around Luo Mengchang's body. It looked as if the bright moon had poured down its holy brilliance, and the hazy silver brilliance added a touch of beauty to Luo Mengchang's beauty. "I wonder which martial house she is from." Chu Hen raised his head slightly. The soft light shone through the lush treetops. It was almost evening. He had to return to the base camp before evening. This was what Mentor Zhua Mo had told him previously. However, since he had already promised Luo Mengchang to look after her, he could not break his promise. "Who's there?" Suddenly, a slight rustling sound entered Chu Hen's ears. Chu Hen's brows furrowed. His figure moved, and he quickly flashed to Luo Mengchang's side. Perhaps it was because he had been discovered by Chu Hen, but the other party did not continue to hide. The footsteps were unscrupulous, approaching from afar. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed faintly in the corner of his eyes. Soon, a young figure with an extraordinary bearing appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. "It's you?" Chu Hen's pupils contracted slightly, and his handsome face was covered with a layer of frost. When the other party saw Chu Hen, an interested smile appeared on his face. However, this smile was filled with faint playfulness and disdain. "Hee, I didn't think we would meet again so soon," said the newcomer with a faint smile. "Humph." Chu Hen sneered. "I thought you bastards were buried in the belly of the single-horned Ghost Monkey King." The person who had arrived was none other than the genius of Imperial Martial Academy, Qi Yuan, who had burned the bridge after crossing the river after using Mu Feng and Haozi. Previously in the valley, Qi Yuan and the others were chased by the one-horned Ghost Monkey King to the point that they didn't know where to go. They never thought that they would still be able to meet the other party here. Qi Yuan smiled coldly and turned to look at the beautiful figure behind Chu Hen. When he saw the other party's appearance, he blurted out in surprise, "Junior Sister Mengchang?" "Junior Sister Mengchang?" The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. This Luo Mengchang was actually from Imperial Martial Academy? It was no wonder. Imperial Martial Academy status was ranked first among the many high-ranked martial houses in the Imperial City. It was not strange for a genius like Luo Mengchang to be from Imperial Martial Academy. Then, Qi Yuan walked up to him. Whoosh! However, before he could get close to Luo Mengchang, a sharp cold spear was directly placed in front of him. "Stand there, don't move." The indifferent tone gave off a sharp edge that allowed no hesitation. Qi Yuan frowned, then sneered. "Humph, I think you've misunderstood the situation. Junior Sister Mengchang is from our Imperial Martial Academy. What are you doing here? I don't care where you're from. She only told me that before she wakes up, Nothing is allowed to come near her, especially bastards. Bastards! Chu Hen said these two words with great force. If not for Luo Mengchang, Chu Hen would have already thrust the demon Punisher spear at him. This bastard had almost caused the deaths of Haozi and Mu Feng. Just based on this point, it was difficult for Chu Hen to maintain a pleasant expression. Qi Yuan's face immediately darkened, and a cold aura surged outside his body. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you point your fingers in front of me with that little bit of ability of yours? Qi Yuan was at the 7th level of the natal opening realm, while Chu Hen was only at the 4th level. In the former's eyes, Chu Hen was nothing. However, facing this person, Chu Hen's eyes did not show the slightest bit of fear. Even if they were to fight, Chu Hen was absolutely confident that he would make the other party pay a painful price. A cold aura quietly spread out, and the air seemed to solidify. Roar! At this moment, the incomparably fierce roar of a demonic beast was heard, along with the slightly trembling ground. A 4 to 5 meter tall, one-horned ghost monkey with red bristles all over its body rushed out with the power to uproot trees and crack rocks. One-horned ghost monkey king. Chu Hen's face suddenly changed, and Qi Yuan, who was next to him, revealed a fierce expression. This damn beast, it really won't let go? Previously in the valley, Qi Yuan and the other 3, who were chased by the one-horned ghost monkey king, had scattered and fled. However, because the blood Yuan fruits were with Qi Yuan, the one-horned ghost monkey king was still chasing after them. After a while, they finally got rid of this big guy, but they did not expect that the other party would catch up again. Roar! The one-horned ghost monkey king's eyes revealed a fierce light, and it bared its teeth, looking ferocious like a furious demonic ape. It slowly approached them, and the momentum that came pouring over was like a small mountain. With every step it took, the ground faintly trembled. How about we join forces and kill this beast first? Qi Yuan was not sure that he could defeat this barbaric guy, but he invited Chu Hen. He's looking for you, not me. What does it have to do with me? Chu Hen responded coldly. After we defeat it, I'll give you half of the blood Yuan fruits. Ha! Chu Hen laughed, and the expression on his face was like he was laughing at a fool. I say, big brother, not long ago, you used this trick to trick 2 of my friends and almost sent them to see the King of Hell. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Also, you'd better get lost, don't fight here. Previously, Qi Yuan and the others, a total of 4 people, did not dare to fight the one-horned ghost monkey king head-on. Now, with the addition of Chu Hen, they could kill the ghost monkey king. Qi Yuan did this because he wanted to use Chu Hen as cannon fodder. Humph, you dare to say that again? Qi Yuan was a little angry out of humiliation. I told you to get lost. As soon as his voice fell, a white light flashed, and a thumb-sized jade slip suddenly appeared in Chu Hen's hand. The jade slip was engraved with complex and mysterious runes, and an obscure and extreme power surged. Spirit Fall Talisman. Qi Yuan's pupils constricted, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Chapter 96. Using this Spirit Death Talisman to kill you is as easy as flipping my hand. I'll say it again, get out of here immediately. But seeing the Spirit Death Talisman in Chu Hen's hand, Qi Yuan's pupils constricted and his expression changed. Even in the imperial city's high-ranked martial houses, it was rare to see a student who could obtain a Spirit Death Talisman. Who was this person? Who knew that this Spirit Death Talisman was Chu Hen's spoils of war? Previously in Tifeng Province, Ren Wei and a large group of people rushed to Tensei Prefecture to find trouble with Chu Hen. In the end, under the pressure of Tensei Prefecture's Principal Jiang, Ren Wei compensated Chu Hen with a Spirit Death Talisman. The power of a Spirit Death Talisman was enough to severely injure or even kill Wu Xiao, who was at the 9th level of the element opening realm, and Qi Yuan, whose strength was only at the 7th level, was even less of a problem. Roar, however, the one-horned ghost monkey king approached step by step, its murderous aura piercing. Qi Yuan seemed to be caught in a dilemma. In front of him was the one-horned ghost monkey king, and behind him was Chu Hen. For now, both of them could pose a considerable threat to him. Leave. Qi Yuan briefly began to think. Once he left, the one-horned ghost monkey king would definitely chase after him. What if Chu Hen followed behind and acted as the aureole? After all, the temptation of the blood yuan fruit could not be underestimated. I can't leave. In the split second that the one-horned ghost monkey king rushed over, Qi Yuan suddenly had a plan. An icy chill flashed in his eyes, and he immediately stretched out his hand into a claw, grabbing at Chu Hen's face. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly, and the demon punisher spear-blocked in front of him. Qi Yuan gave a cold, strange laugh. His hands were like brushing willows, forming a series of shadows in the air. Shadow-like ghost hand. Swoosh! Chu Hen's left hand suddenly felt empty. The spirit death talisman had been snatched away by the other party. You! Chu Hen's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were burning with anger. Idiot! Qi Yuan had a smug smile on his face. You're still too inexperienced to fight me. Roar! Right at the same time, the horned ghost monkey king suddenly sped up, and it swept up an incomparably shocking ferocious aura as it charged forward, and its furious aura pressed down like a mountain. Humph! I'll kill you first, you annoying beast, and then deal with that stupid brat. After Qi Yuan snatched the falling spirit symbol from Chu Hen, he no longer feared the single-horned ghost monkey king. Qi Yuan faced the vicious ghost monkey king head-on. His palm moved, and a wisp of true essence rapidly poured into the falling spirit symbol. Buzz! In an instant, an extremely violent energy fluctuation suddenly rose up. The surrounding airflow shook endlessly. The single-horned ghost monkey king was extremely shocked, and dense terror gushed out from its bell-like red eyes. With its intellect, it was unable to identify what the so-called fallen spirit symbol was. However, that extremely dangerous aura was extremely clear. Hey, you evil beast, you also know fear. Qi Yuan had a smirk on his face, and his right palm that held the falling spirit symbol struck towards the single-horned ghost monkey king in front of him. Buzz! A dazzling golden light that was as bright as the sun bloomed, and with a violent boom, a powerful explosive force instantly exploded between Qi Yuan and the single-horned ghost monkey king. The heavy vibration was like a clap of thunder, and a strong astral wind blew in all directions. Chu Hen quickly stood in front of Luo Mengchang and mobilized the true essence in his body to withstand the surging power. The extremely destructive power of the shock wave was like a torrent that broke through a dam, wantonly rushing forward. The rubble and leaves on the ground were swept up, and a huge pit appeared. Crisscrossing cracks rapidly spread. Boom! In the next second, a mournful scream startled the flock of birds and beasts in the distant forest. Then, along with the scattered shockwave, the single-horned ghost monkey king and Qi Yuan were both sent flying. Moreover, what was even more unexpected was that the scream did not originate from the single-horned ghost monkey king, but from Qi Yuan's mouth. Bang! The single-horned ghost monkey king's huge body smashed through a large tree with thick roots before stopping. On its chest, there was a bloody hole the size of a wash basin. The broken bones were clearly visible, and many of its internal organs had been smashed. The single-horned ghost monkey king's head swayed slightly, and a low, sorrowful cry came from its throat, and then it stopped moving. As for Qi Yuan, he dragged a long mark on the ground, and only stopped after flying more than 10 meters. Looking at his current appearance, he was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. Even his entire right arm had been smashed off, and dazzling blood constantly gushed out. You despicable thing! Qi Yuan's eyes were blood-red as he stared at Chu Hen in front of him, full of resentment. However, at this moment, Chu Hen's emotions were very calm, but his eyes were as cold as a knife, and his handsome face was covered with a faint layer of frost. There really was a problem. That Renwei had really done something to the fallen spirit talisman. As everyone knew, under normal circumstances, the user of the fallen spirit talisman would absolutely not be harmed. Once the fallen spirit talisman was released, its power would hit a single point, and the user could control it at will. However, the scene in front of him directly confirmed the thoughts in Chu Hen's heart. No wonder Renwei would compensate him with such a valuable and rare item like the fallen spirit talisman. No wonder, when Renwei left, he told Chu Hen, "Don't stuff yourself to death." It turned out that this was Renwei's most ruthless ultimate method. He had done something to the fallen spirit talisman. Once Chu Hen encountered danger and used the fallen spirit talisman, his end would be the same as Qi Yuan. Humph! The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled up in a cold arc that was like a knife. Looks like I made the right bet. What he did not know was that Chu Hen already had suspicions in his heart. Just now, he had deliberately let Qi Yuan take away the fallen spirit talisman in order to test it out. After all, whether it was Qi Yuan or the one-horned ghost monkey king, they were not easy to deal with. However, there was only one fallen spirit talisman. Who would he choose to deal with at the critical moment? If Qi Yuan stayed here and did not leave, once he fought with the one-horned ghost monkey king, Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang would be affected. Therefore, when Qi Yuan had decided to snatch the fallen spirit talisman, Chu Hen had also made a bold decision in a flash, which was to let the other party snatch the fallen spirit talisman. Qi Yuan, who had obtained the fallen spirit talisman, would naturally choose to get rid of the one-horned ghost monkey king first. If there were no problems with the fallen spirit talisman, then the second the one-horned ghost monkey king was killed, Chu Hen would not hesitate to use the demon eyes beam of nirvana on Qi Yuan. He believed that, in that situation, there was a high chance of hitting the other party. However, the fallen spirit talisman had truly been tampered with by Renwei. Qi Yuan, who did not take any precautions, thought himself clever and fell into Chu Hen's trap. At the same time that the fallen spirit talisman killed the ghost monkey king, it also caused Qi Yuan to sink into a deep quagmire. You despicable, shameless thing. Qi Yuan, who had his right arm blown off, was both shocked and angry. His face was twisted in anger and his eyes were scarlet red. He viciously looked at the slowly walking Chu Hen. "I didn't ask you to steal my things," Chu Hen said faintly. His calm eyes faintly revealed a deep indifference. "However, I have to thank you for using yourself as a test. You helped me verify whether the spirit fall talisman was tampered with." "What?" Qi Yuan was even angrier. His eyes emitted a blood-red light. He was enraged and charged at Chu Hen like a wild beast. "Cunning bastard, I will tear you to pieces." However, Qi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The power of the fallen spirit talisman had caused damage to his internal organs. Before he finished speaking, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he sent out the demon punishing spear in his hand. Wang, the sound of waves in the air was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The sharp spear tore through the air and pierced through the other party's chest like a holy light. His blood splattered. Qi Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle before they began to slacken. Who is the real idiot? Chu Hen's spear thrust was especially resolute. There was no pause or hesitation. Even though the other party was a genius of Imperial Martial Academy, he was still someone he had to kill. Blood continuously flowed from Qi Yuan's mouth. His body trembled, and then he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Immediately, Chu Hen tore the storage bracelet off Qi Yuan's left hand. He scanned it with his consciousness, and a knowing smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. Swoosh, swoosh! Right at this moment, 3 figures were rushing over here at high speed. Chu Hen frowned. He casually put Qi Yuan's storage bracelet into his own storage ring and hurriedly returned to Luo Mingchang's side. Soon, the 3 figures appeared in front of Chu Hen. These 3 people were none other than the people from Imperial Martial Academy who had accompanied Qi Yuan to use Haozi and Mufeng. Senior brother Qi Yuan, a young girl holding a long sword, saw Qi Yuan lying on the ground not far away and immediately exclaimed in panic. The other 2 people's expressions also changed dramatically. Looking at the corpse of the one-horned ghost Monkey King on the other side, the 3 of them were horrified. "You did it!" The cyan-clothed male pointed at Chu Hen and sternly shouted. However, before Chu Hen could even open his mouth, a clear and cold female voice rang out from behind him. "I killed him." What? The people present were all stunned. Even Chu Hen was stunned. Then a beautiful and refined young girl appeared in front of them. Junior's sister Meng Chang? The 3 of them were attracted by the corpses of Qi Yuan and the one-horned ghost Monkey King, but they did not notice that there was another person behind Chu Hen. What made the 3 of them even more surprised was that this person was actually Luo Mengchang, who was in the same academy as them. Compared to before, the aura that Luo Mengchang exuded had obviously changed, and the invisible temperament that she exuded seemed to have been sublimated once again. "Junior sister Mengchang, you said that you killed senior brother Qi Yuan?" The man in green frowned and said in a deep voice, Chapter 97. Junior sister Mengchang, you said that you killed senior brother Qi Yuan? "Yes. Is there a problem?" In the face of the green-robed man's questioning, Luo Mengchang did not hesitate to admit it. Chu Hen, who was at the side, could not help but be stunned. He really did not expect Luo Mengchang to do this. However, the people on the opposite side were naturally suspicious. "Humph, Luo Mengchang, do you know what the crime of killing a fellow disciple is?" The woman holding the long sword shouted coldly. Luo Mengchang raised her eyebrows slightly and looked disapproving. "That's in the academy. There are no restrictions outside." The faces of the few people darkened, and the green-robed man lowered his voice a little. "Junior sister Mengchang, it's really hard for us to believe that you killed senior brother Qi Yuan for no reason. At the very least, you should give us a reason. He disturbed my practice and almost caused me to lose my mind. Shouldn't I kill him?" Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes flickered. Her unruly and willful expression was especially cute. "You." The few people suddenly had no words to refute. The young woman holding the sword was angry and clenched her fist so tightly that her knuckles were faintly white. In extreme anger, she pulled out her sword and rushed towards Luo Mengchang. "Luo Mengchang, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Teacher Hong Lian dotes on you. Today, I will kill you to avenge senior brother Qi Yuan." The sharp sword intent was like a ray of light. The other party's sword thrust was simple and full of killing intent. Chu Hen frowned. This woman's strength was not weak. Just as he was about to intercept her, Luo Mengchang, who was beside him, flashed out like a swallow. Luo Mengchang gently raised her wrist. An array of soft silver light lingered on her fair palm like a spring. Then, under the shocked gazes of the few people next to her, Luo Mengchang gently landed her palm on the tip of the other party's sword. Bang! A dull explosion exploded in the air, and the fallen leaves and gravel on the ground were sent flying. Along with an extremely crisp sound, the long sword in the woman's hand broke into more than a dozen pieces. What? Everyone's expression changed. Even Chu Hen's face was filled with astonishment. The scattered true origin energy transformed into a ripple-like ripple. Other than Chu Hen, the 3 people in front of him were all shaken back a dozen steps. "Core, transformation stage?" The green-clothed man's eyes widened as he blurted out. The other 2 also widened their eyes in shock. At this moment, although the aura emitted from Luo Mengchang's body was somewhat scattered and not as solid, It was still much stronger than Wu Xiao, who was at the 9th level of the element opening stage. Judging from this, Luo Mengchang had most likely stepped into the core transformation realm. Shock. Other than shock, there was more shock. Others might not know. But everyone in the Imperial Martial Academy knew very well that Luo Mengchang had entered the Imperial Martial Academy before the age of 15, and it had only been a year since then. Due to her young age, most of them addressed Luo Mengchang as junior sister. Previously, when she was in the Imperial Martial Academy, Luo Mengchang rarely revealed her cultivation base. It was to the extent that only a few people knew what cultivation realm she had reached. But now, she displayed a powerful aura that was not weaker than a core transformation realm cultivator. This really shocked everyone. Such an abnormal innate talent made countless geniuses in the Imperial City blush with shame. No wonder the core instructor of the Imperial Martial Academy, Hong Lian, doted on Luo Mengchang so much. The few of them did not understand, but they felt that it was amazing. "Do you guys still want to fight with me?" Luo Mengchang said indifferently. The three of them looked at each other, and their faces were very ugly. The green-clothed man glanced at Qi Yuan's corpse not far away and said, "Junior Sister Mengchang, we didn't mean to offend you, so please don't take it to heart. However, we hope you can return the things that Senior Brother Qi Yuan had on him. We risked our lives to obtain them." "Things? What things?" Luo Mengchang asked in confusion. "Junior Sister Mengchang, why are you pretending? The storage bracelet on Senior Brother Qi Yuan's hand is missing. The things inside are very important to us, so we hope Junior Sister Mengchang can return them." After they obtained the blood yuan fruit in the valley, they did not have time to divide the spoils before the ghost monkey king chased after them. Then the four of them went their separate ways, but the blood yuan fruit was still with Qi Yuan. Now that Qi Yuan was dead and the storage bracelet was missing, it was naturally taken by the person who killed him. Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes rippled slightly. She glanced at Chu Hen beside her and opened her red lips slightly. "I didn't see any storage bracelet, and I didn't take anything from him. Don't make a fuss here." The three of them were a little confused. Since Luo Mengchang dared to admit that she killed Qi Yuan, how could she not admit that she took his things? This was a little unreasonable. However, there were only Luo Mengchang and Chu Hen here. Could it be that Chu Hen took it? The attention of the few of them once again shifted to Chu Hen, but Chu Hen's expression did not change. His eyes were as calm as the water in an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. "If you guys don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." Luo Mengchang frowned slightly, seemingly a little impatient. The expressions of the three of them changed slightly. They gritted their teeth and finally left with Qi Yuan's body. Soon, only Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang were left in the same place. "Why do you want to help me take care of this?" Chu Hen asked in confusion. "Because you helped me." Luo Mengchang blinked her big eyes lightly, and the corners of her small mouth raised slightly. She was very clear that if the Imperial Martial Academy knew that Chu Hen killed Qi Yuan, the Academy's mentor would definitely not let it go. After all, this was a matter of face. Your martial house killed a student of his martial house, which was equivalent to slapping his martial house in the face, so naturally they would not let it go. However, Luo Mengchang was different. Her direct mentor was one of the most authoritative core mentors in the Imperial Martial Academy. Moreover, this was the Sky Lake mountain range, not the Academy. Without the constraints of the rules, Luo Mengchang would at most be scolded a few times and receive some small punishment. After all, everyone in the Imperial Martial Academy knew that Mentor Hong Lian doted on Luo Mengchang the most. "Have you really broken through to the core transformation stage?" Chu Hen asked again. Luo Mengchang shook her head slightly. "Not yet, but it will be soon." Chu Hen was clearly startled. Apart from being shocked, he was also struck by a blow. There were really all kinds of abnormal monsters in the Imperial City, Before the fight with the double-headed, six-winged python, Luo Mengchang seemed to be above the 8th stage of the element opening stage. But in such a short time, she was already close to the core transformation stage. Such a speed of improvement caused Chu Hen to blush with shame. Chu Hen secretly thought that it seemed that he would have to spend more energy on cultivation in the future. The sky is getting dark. I have to go first, otherwise I will be scolded again when I go back. Luo Mengchang looked at the gloomy sky, then waved her little hand at Chu Hen. See you next time. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Hen to speak again, Luo Mengchang's body moved, and her agile figure disappeared into the forest like a night elf. See you next time. Chu Hen murmured softly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The Sky Lake mountain range was very dangerous at night. Compared to the day, the degree of danger could only be higher. Chu Hen did not dare to stay here any longer, and with his fastest speed he headed in the direction of the Tensei Prefecture's headquarters. The sky became gloomier and gloomier. The roars of monsters coming from the depths of the mountain range made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, a dazzling fire swayed in the area in front of him, and Chu Hen's heart lit up. He clearly saw that it was a team of people from the Tensei Prefecture, led by Zuo mentor Zuo. Chu Hen rushed forward. Senior brother Chu Hen, he is there! Li Hui, who was behind Zuo, shouted in surprise. Zuo's eyebrows also relaxed, but when he saw Chu Hen coming in front of him, he could not help but reprimand. I made it clear that I must rush back before evening. What time is it now? Chu Hen smiled a little embarrassedly. Sorry, Mentor Zuo, I have a problem. I have caused trouble for everyone. This time, I will let it go on the account that you are helping your companions. But if you dare to violate the rules again, I will not let you off easily. Zuo already knew the cause and effect of the matter, and he also knew that Chu Hen had gone to rescue Mu Feng and Haozi, so he did not scold him anymore. How is Haozi? Chu Hen asked. He is fine now, senior brother Chu Hen, Li Hui replied and said. That's good. Chu Hen could finally put down the huge stone in his heart. All right, go back. When Chu Hen followed Zuo and the others back to the headquarters, the sky was completely dark. In a big tent with a dome. You guys are back. Zhou Lu looked happy when she saw Chu Hen and Li Hui enter the tent. Not far away, Mu Feng also stood up. Chu Hen nodded, and his eyes looked straight at Haozi, who was lying on the bed. Haozi's entire body was wrapped in thick bandages. When he saw Chu Hen return, he grinned, but his small eyes were filled with great shame. Junior brother Chu Hen, I have caused trouble for you. Chu Hen let out a soft sigh of relief. It's okay, senior brother Haozi. This is not your fault. When he heard this, Mu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his small eyes darted around. Then he tiptoed and prepared to escape from this place. Try and run. Believe it or not, I will break your legs. Chu Hen coldly shouted. Zhou Lu and Li Hui also glared at Mu Feng angrily. If it wasn't for this guy forcing Haozi to cooperate with those people from Imperial Martial Academy, Haozi wouldn't have been injured like this. Hit anywhere, just don't hit my face. Mu Feng had a yes-man appearance. I originally thought you were pretending to be muddle-headed, but I didn't expect you to actually be muddle-headed, Chu Hen said. I also didn't expect the people from Imperial Martial Academy to be so shameless. Ranked first in the Imperial City, how can their reputation and character be so bad? Mu Feng was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Be more careful in the future. Chu Hen was too lazy to continue discussing this matter. With a wave of his palm, a few sparkling and translucent red fruits appeared in his hand. Blood Yuan Fruit. Chapter 98. The Sky Lake mountain range was very lively at night, and many demon beasts became very active at this time. From afar, the vast mountain range seemed to be covered by a hazy gray sea of fog, which served as a foil to the mysteriousness of this dangerous area. In an area several kilometers away from the Sky Lake mountain range, many students of Tensei Prefecture gathered around a bonfire, roasting beast meat, and chatting about the interesting things they encountered during the day. After a day of intense training in the forest, they felt especially relaxed at this time. The hearty shouts of young men, the sweet laughter of young girls, all showed the vitality of youth. In a relatively large tent in the middle, Instructor Shilan, if nothing unexpected happens, the Imperial Martial Academy's team will go to St. Bell City tomorrow. Also, the other Academy's teams that are training in the Sky Lake mountain range haven't returned to the Imperial City yet. So it seems that they're also preparing to go to that ancient city. Zuo-Emo stood in front of a chair and said. Beside him sat Roshan and a few other middle and high-level instructors of Tensei Prefecture. Shilan sat quietly on the chair in the center, her slender, jade-like hand resting on a table on the left. Her pair of watery eyes stared thoughtfully at a willow leaf between her fingers. This was a willow leaf that was as verdant as jade, and under the bright light, the veins on the leaf could be vaguely seen. Seeing Shilan's silent appearance, the instructors couldn't help but wonder if she was listening to Zuomo's words. Instructor Shilan. Another high-level instructor, Roshan, said, St. Bell City is an ancient city with a history of at least 200 to 300 years. The residents of St. Bell City are almost isolated from the outside world, and they are neighbors with the demon beasts of the Sky Lake mountain range all year round. This time, the major martial house's training teams going to St. Bell City is really against common sense. The Sky Lake mountain range was vast and boundless, as vast as the sea. Aside from being a paradise for demon beasts, this area also had some native tribes. Basically, all the tribes didn't like to interact with outsiders, and some tribes even hated outsiders because they thought that outsiders would disturb their accustomed lives. The so-called St. Bell City was one of these tribes. In the past, people would occasionally go to St. Bell City for a few days to visit the ancient city. However, 2 days ago, Zuo-Emo and the other instructors accidentally learned that the teams from several high-ranked martial houses that were also training in the Sky Lake mountain range had all gone to St. Bell City. It was inevitable that people would be confused. What was the reason for all the Martial House teams to head towards that ancient city? After a short period of silence, Shilan's jade-like hand held the willow leaf gently in the palm of her hand. Her red lips parted slightly as she said faintly, "What did Principal Jiang say?" Yesterday, a few mentors had sent this news back to the Heavenly Star Martial House. Zuo-Emo took a step forward and said, Headmaster Jiang replied this afternoon. He said that we can go and have a look. Shilan nodded. That's it then. Send the more seriously injured students back tomorrow morning. Also, don't force the students who don't want to go to St. Bell City. Yes. Zuo-Emo nodded in agreement. Shilan didn't say anything else. She got up and left the tent. The middle-level and high-level mentors who stayed behind could only smile helplessly. Everyone knew that this was Mentor Shilan's personality. She didn't speak much, but she also never put on airs. The night breeze blew on his body with an inexplicable coolness. The bright moonlight poured down, as if a layer of silver frost had been sprinkled on the ground. At this moment, on top of a rock on a small slope 100 meters away from the headquarters of Tensei Prefecture, Chu Hen sat cross-legged on top of the rock. His breathing was especially even. The moonlight seemed to cover his body with a thin layer of clothing. If one were to look carefully, they would find that there was an illusory misty spirit force lingering around Chu Hen's body. Compared to the ordinary spirit force of heaven and earth, the spirit force that lingered around Chu Hen's body was a wisp of red light. This was the result of eating the blood yuan fruit, tossing and turning. Those blood yuan fruits unexpectedly fell into the hands of Chu Hen. After distributing a few blood yuan fruits to Mu Feng, Haozi, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu, Chu Hen had nearly 30 blood yuan fruits left. Of course, he naturally understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Moreover, Mu Feng, Li Hui, and the others wouldn't casually spread this matter. After eating the blood yuan fruit, the true yuan within Chu Hen's body became abnormally restless. The true yuan that flowed through every major meridian was like a surging river, endlessly flowing through the Dantian's Qi Sea and converging at this place. Gradually, the aura released from Chu Hen's body became more and more powerful. Invisible waves of air faintly set off a low sound. Buzz, buzz! With a slight trembling sound, Chu Hen entered a state of meditation with his divine sense and automatically perceived the boundary power of the two different physiques. In the vast and boundless sky, the galaxy was infinite, and the chaos was indistinguishable. Under the endless bright, starry sky, a pair of huge purple eyes suspended between the heaven and the earth. It was demonic and evil, and its power was terrifying. It was like the eyes of the ancient demon god. In the area behind the purple eyes, there stood a 10,000 feet tall black phantom. The mysterious and powerful aura made people's mind tremble. Rumble. Just at this moment, a chaotic and powerful aura suddenly appeared. Chu Hen's heart was startled. This powerful aura actually originated from the demonic pupil sacred body. The purple demonic eyes floating above the vast Milky Way became even more demonic and demonic. In the depths of the two pupils, there was a faint black, giving the impression that they were the only bright stars in the violent purple Milky Way. Boom! Suddenly, a very restless and amazing aura was released from the pair of demon eyes. The black, in the depths of the pupil, trembled violently and bloomed with a demonic purple light. The power of the true essence in Chu Hen's body was running extremely fast in an instant. Even the surrounding spiritual power was quickly flowing into Chu Hen's body. This is feeling the integration of the true essence with the bloodline boundary of the demon eye sacred body. Chu Hen could clearly feel that the power of the demon eye sacred body was becoming more and more powerful. At the same time, there was an invisible barrier in front of the growth of this power. Only by breaking through that invisible barrier could he obtain a new kind of eye power. It's going to break through to the two-star demon eye. Chu Hen was secretly surprised, but after a while, the power emitted by the demon eye sacred body became weak. The supply and strength of the true essence was not enough to help the demon eye sacred body complete this evolution. Immediately, Chu Hen took out another blood yuan fruit and directly put it in his mouth and bit it. Together with the sweet juice, a huge spiritual power suddenly spread out from Chu Hen's body like a spring. The rich spiritual power flowed into Chu Hen's major meridians like spring water, then into the sea of qi in the Dantian, and then integrated with the power of the bloodline boundary of the demon eye sacred body. It was already late at night, except for the two mentors who were on night watch. All the students in the Tensei prefecture had already fallen asleep. However, Chu Hen was still immersed in his cultivation, forgetting himself. Circle after circle of soft light that had a faint red glow twined around his body. The aura that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak caused the surrounding air to fluctuate unstably, becoming uneasy. The bright moonlight shone on Chu Hen's face, and his skin was faintly transparent. In the quiet environment, under a big tree about 10 meters away from Chu Hen, a beautiful and refined figure stood there quietly. Her skin was as white as sheep fat, and her facial features were exquisite, coupled with her unique purple long hair. She was as beautiful as a fairy under the moonlight. Xian body? Or Shilan pursed her red lips and murmured to herself. She had been standing here for a while, and she was somewhat attracted by the strength shown by Chu Hen. This little guy, who had been in the hospital for almost 2 months, had not attended her martial arts lessons even once. There was really something unusual about him. Shilan did not want to stay any longer, and she turned around and left. However, just as Shilan took 2 steps, she suddenly turned back, and her beautiful eyes focused. She raised her wrist slightly, and an emerald green willow leaf flew out from her white fingers. Whoosh! The verdant willow leaf was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It flew towards Chu Hen's direction like an extreme ray of light, cutting off several long and narrow grasses in a row. Then it chopped a poisonous snake that was hiding in the grasses into two. A wisp of blood splattered, and the poisonous snake fell to the ground like a mud rope. The position of the poisonous snake was less than 2 meters away from Chu Hen. In the end, he's still a little guy. Shilan shook her head gently. There were many poisonous snakes, insects, and ants in the Tianqi mountain range, and it was especially dangerous at night. Although there were mentors on night watch, they were all guarding around the tent, and they did not have the time to care about Chu Hen. Of course, the truth was that Chu Hen did not intend to stay here for too long, and he would go back after refining a blood yuan fruit. However, he did not expect that an unexpected situation would occur, so he did not consider too much. Looking at the young man who was as firm as a rock, Shilan finally stopped and prepared to leave. Under the night sky, her beautiful eyes were like the bright moon and stars in the night sky, bright and moving. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was the second half of the night. Chu Hen, who was sitting on the rock, was motionless, like an old monk in meditation. The originally turbulent and uneasy aura was completely restrained in his body. Although it was calm without a single ripple, it gave people the feeling that he was as firm and determined as a mountain. When the sky gradually turned white, a ray of dim light shone into the sky. Suddenly, the silent Chu Hen opened his eyes, and together with a powerful aura that far surpassed the 4th level of the element opening realm, a demonic purple light swept out from Chu Hen's body. A turbulent wave of air spread out, and the rock below Chu Hen immediately split open, and intertwined cracks appeared. Buzz, buzz! The demonic purple eyes were embedded in Chu Hen's face, deep and demonic. In the depths of the demonic eyes, 2 strange black light spots suddenly appeared. Chapter 99. 2-star demon pupil, breakthrough. A surging and powerful aura spread out from Chu Hen's body. The demonic purple light was like a circle of ripples on the water surface, spreading out to the surroundings. Even the rocks and the ground under him split open into deep cracks. In the depths of Chu Hen's deep purple demon pupil, 2 strange black light spots suddenly appeared. It was demonic and mysterious. Buzz! Then, Chu Hen's aura began to converge. The purple light in his pupils gradually faded and was replaced by normal black again. At the same time, a more vigorous and surging force than before flowed happily in Chu Hen's body like a river. The rich true origin power lingered around Chu Hen's body, which was unusually strong. Feeling the strength of the true origin power in his body, Chu Hen's face unconsciously showed a deep joy. Rank 6 of the natal connecting realm, the bloodline limit of the demon pupil sacred body, is really strong, Chu Hen secretly exclaimed. The breakthrough of the 2-star demon pupil, along with Chu Hen's realm, also increased. This was the bloodline power of one of the top 10 sacred bodies. However, this was just the beginning. The demon pupil sacred body had a total of 9 levels. From the 1 star to the 9 stars, each breakthrough would be endowed with a new eye skill and power. The power of the 2-star demon pupil's ray of extinction would be multiplied, and it could also spy on other people's inner thoughts, according to Senior Li Wushang's explanation at Qishan Mountain. The power endowed by the 3-star demon pupil was the real eye skill. Of course, if Chu Hen wanted to complete the later evolution of the demon pupil, the first condition was his own cultivation and the control of the bloodline power of the demon pupil sacred body. These 2 factors were indispensable. It was difficult to evolve and break through the bloodline limit, not to mention the sacred body. But once the breakthrough and evolution was completed, the benefits it would bring to the martial cultivator was self-evident. Demon pupil! Chu Hen clenched his fists lightly, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, Chu Hen could not help but think of the other boundary of his bloodline, the chaotic body. Ever since the chaotic body had awakened, there had been no movement at all. Just what kind of power does the chaotic body possess? Or is this the limit of this bloodline? With the assistance of the chaotic body, Chu Hen's true energy was even more brutal than ordinary people's. Not only did the essence blood of the blood-hunting dragon and the glacial demonic wolf fail to kill Chu Hen in the underground palace of the Boneless Mountains last time, but Chu Hen had absorbed the energy within them instead. This was all because of the chaotic body. From Chu Hen's perspective, the chaotic body might possess even more astonishing power. It was just that he was unable to pry into it right now. Forget it. Let's take it step by step. Chu Hen let out a soft sigh of relief. After slightly calming down the emotions in his heart, he raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the horizon. I never thought I'd be sitting here for an entire night. Chu Hen muttered to himself as he shook his head and smiled. He stood up and was about to leave when he couldn't help but be startled. He saw that the ground around him was filled with the corpses of poisonous wild beasts. There were large ones like wolves, small ones like snakes and insects. There were also some other poisonous beasts. With a rough glance, there were at least 40 to 50 of them. What's this? Chu Hen was a little dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that he was at the edge of the Heaven Lake Mountains. Even the outermost area was filled with danger. Looking at the neat cuts on the corpses and the scattered willow leaves, Chu Hen could not help but think of a beautiful lady with long purple hair. Is it Teacher Shilan? Chu Hen looked around, but did not see a single person. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Hen's heart was filled with gratitude. Teacher Shilan had actually looked after him for an entire night. Up until now, he had not even said a word to her. As the sky gradually brightened, the students in the tent began to wake up one after another. Chu Hen also returned to the tent where Mu Feng and Haozi were staying. F***CK, rat, how did you recover so quickly? What kind of miracle medicine did you eat? As soon as Chu Hen entered the tent, he heard Mu Feng scream as if he had seen a ghost. Following that was Haozi's weak voice. I only ate a blood yuan fruit that Junior Chu Hen gave me. Who are you trying to fool? How can a blood yuan fruit have such an effect? Mu Feng was especially skeptical. Even Li Hui, who was at the side, had a face full of confusion. What's wrong? How many of you? Chu Hen asked. The few of them looked at him in surprise. Li Hui took the lead and said, Senior Chu Hen, Haozi's injuries recovered in one night. Come and take a look. Oh. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and hurriedly walked in front of the few of them. He saw that Haozi's face was rosy and his eyes were bright. Compared to yesterday, he was in much better spirits. What was even more shocking was that the wounds on his body had all healed and had basically formed scabs. This is really strange. How can a normal person recover so quickly? Mu Feng was very puzzled. He was the clearest about the severity of Haozi's injuries. Yesterday, it was Mu Feng who carried him back. At that time, Haozi's body could be described as being covered in cuts and bruises. Several wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. If it wasn't for Zuiyamo and the other mentors who saved him in time, the grass on Haozi's grave would have grown to more than a meter by next year. But in less than a day, Haozi got out of bed and jumped around as if nothing had happened. It really didn't conform to common sense. Senior Haozi, do you feel anything strange? Chu Hen asked in a deep voice. Haozi shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. A blood yuan fruit, indeed, didn't have such an effect. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. Senior Haozi, your bloodline limit might have accelerated the recovery of your injuries. Bloodline limit? The few of them revealed looks of surprise. Haozi's small eyes were still somewhat puzzled. My bloodline limit doesn't seem to have such an ability. Otherwise, when I was almost crippled by He Chao and his brother, it was you who took me to treat them. Chu Hen smiled. That should be because at that time your bloodline's limit had not been broken through, and some kind of power had not awakened. Yesterday, that blood origin fruit increased the power of your bloodline's limit, so it gave you another kind of ability, and this ability unknowingly helped you heal your injuries. The current Chu Hen's understanding of the bloodline limit was not like when he was ignorant. In the boundless world, all kinds of physiques could appear. Li Hui nodded in agreement. What Senior Chu Hen said makes sense. All right, this is the most likely explanation for now. Mu Feng shrugged and patted Haozi's shoulder. It's good that you're fine. Yesterday you almost scared me to death. You deserve it. Li Hui scolded. I warned you before that Qi Yuan was not a good person, but you insisted on agreeing to him. If it wasn't for Senior Chu Hen's timely arrival, you would have implicated Haozi and fed him to the monkeys. Mu Feng curled his lips. He was in the wrong, so he was embarrassed to refute. A moment later, in the open space outside the camp, the students of Tensei Prefecture gathered here. With Shi Lan in the lead, several tutors stood in front, ready to announce the next matters. Tutors, Zuemo, you say it, Shi Lan said softly. Zuemo nodded slightly, then took a step forward and faced the students. Next, there are 2 choices in front of you. 2 choices? There was a slight commotion among the crowd. Could it be that there was a new experience? I believe that everyone has heard of a place called St. Bell City, Zuemo said in a clear voice. St. Bell City? What kind of place is that? Mu Feng asked doubtfully. Zhou Lu rolled her eyes and said, St. Bell City is an ancient city that is 200 to 300 years old. It is a small tribe that lives in the Sky Lake mountain range. It is said that St. Bell City produced a few pattern masters in the past. After that, there was little news about this tribe. Pattern scribe was a rare and highly respected profession. Pattern masters walked the world by condensing and drawing mysterious runes. They refined elixirs, set up spiritual arrays, forged weapons, and so on. There were many unique professions with pattern masters as the core group. For example, an ordinary weapon could increase the user's strength by 2 times. But once a pattern master controlled the power of the runes and added mysterious runes to the weapon strength would be greatly increased, and it could increase the user's strength even more. The limitations of a pattern artist were very large, but the number of pattern artists was also very small. So when they heard Zhou Lu say that St. Bell City produced a few pattern masters, Chu Hen, Mu Feng, and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Instructors, Mo, are we going to St. Bell City next? A student couldn't help but ask. These few days have been so tiring. Instructors, Mo, can we not go? Another student complained. Looking at the tired expressions of many people, Zuomo's expression remained the same. He faintly replied, This is your next choice. You can either go to St. Bell City or return to the academy first. Most importantly, I need to clarify that the route to St. Bell City is tens of miles of mountains and forests. You might encounter some troublesome demon beasts. We will do our best to protect you, but we can't guarantee your safety 100%. Hearing this, many people immediately cursed in their hearts. Then what else could they say? They had to go to St. Bell City and lose their lives. What else could they do? Even so, there were still some students who showed fervent expressions. They were obviously quite interested in this so-called St. Bell City. In addition, students who are more seriously injured will not participate in this mission. Speaking up to here, Zuo subconsciously glanced at Haozi, who was standing next to Chu Hen, seeing that Haozi was full of energy and his eyes were bright. Zuo couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 100. Surprised by Haozi's quick recovery, Tutor Zuo continued, It's time for you to choose. Those who want to go to St. Bell City, stand here. Zuo raised his left hand and pointed in their direction. As soon as he finished speaking, He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, Lu Yu, Wu Zhe, and a few other direct students of tutor, Shilan walked out without hesitation. Following that, an elegant and refined young girl who appeared to be dignified and gentle walked forward as well. Wow, it's Bai Yue. Hee, since Bai Yue is participating, how can I, Xiao Fengfo, not participate? After saying that, Mu Feng skipped and walked to Bai Yue's side with a grin. He even puffed out his chest. Hee, senior sister Yue, hello. My name is Mu Feng. After waiting for so many days, Mu Feng finally found a chance to talk to Bai Yue. Bai Yue didn't say anything. Her gentle eyes quietly looked elsewhere. He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others moved away from Mu Feng at the same time. Senior sister Yue, can I treat you to a cup of tea when we go back? We can talk about life and ideals. I, Xiao Fengfeng, know everything in heaven and earth. I know 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. I have many interests and hobbies, so people give me the nickname Little White Dragon in the Waves. Hearing this, the surrounding people were all speechless. Even Zhuo Emo, Roshan, and the other tutors couldn't help but shake their heads. However, Bai Yue actually smiled. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. The slight curve at the corner of her mouth was especially attractive. Mu Feng was overjoyed. He was so happy, so happy. He didn't expect to make a beauty smile so easily. It seemed like his looks were indeed popular among thousands of girls. However, when the others saw Bai Yue smile, they began to silently mourn for Mu Feng. Hee, senior sister Yu, it's nice to meet you. Mu Feng thought that he was cool as he tossed his hair and impatiently extended his hand to greet her. Bai Yue smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes rippled like gentle waves. Her red lips parted slightly, and she spoke softly. Can you get lost? Mu Feng's smile froze on his face. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. The girl in front of him, who looked like a gentle little sheep, really had a bad temper. Mu Feng gulped and immediately shrank to the side, not daring to say another word. The other students almost suffered internal injuries from holding back their laughter. Even Zhuo Emo, Roshan, and the other instructors couldn't help but laugh. Only teacher Shilan's beautiful eyes remained calm and unperturbed. Ahem, all right, everyone. Zhuo Emo coughed twice and smiled. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Those who want to go to St. Bell's City, step forward. Immediately, people walked out of the line one after another. Naturally, Chu Hen wouldn't give up this opportunity to gain experience. He walked forward without hesitation. Hao Zi, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu followed closely behind. After a while, two groups of people appeared in Tensei Prefecture. There were about 100 students who chose to go to St. Bell's City. Zhuo Emo nodded. He was quite satisfied with this number. At least these students were quite courageous. Then, Zhuo Emo turned his gaze to Shilan, who was not far behind him. The latter looked up and said softly, Instructor Roshan, escort the remaining students back to the capital. Yes, Roshan agreed. The return journey was relatively smooth. Basically, they wouldn't encounter any danger. With an instructor escorting them, there would be no problem at all. Then let's go. Yes. Immediately, under the leadership of Shilan, Zhuo Emo, and several other high-level instructors, a new team began to march toward the depths of Tianqi mountain range. St. Bell City was located 20 miles inside Tianqi mountain range. Along the way, there were many powerful demonic beasts. While the students of Tensei Prefecture hurried on their way, they would also fight with these demonic beasts. Because they were moving in a group, it wasn't difficult to deal with one or two demonic beasts. Moreover, with instructor Shilan leading the team in front, there was even less pressure on the students. After passing through several mountains in a row, when it was already afternoon, a peculiar city appeared in the line of sight of the heavenly star Marshall House. We're here. St. Bell City is just ahead. Wow, it's really strange. I thought St. Bell City was the same as our imperial city. It turns out to be so simple. From afar, St. Bell City was surrounded by mountains, but the city was located on a relatively flat terrain. St. Bell City was an ancient city with more than 200 years of history. Even though it was far away, everyone could clearly feel a simple and unadorned aura. Chu Hen was a little confused. What was the purpose of coming to St. Bell City? Instructor Shi Lan didn't mention this when he was in the academy. Moreover, according to Zhou Lu, St. Bell City rarely interacted with outsiders. Why would they come here for no reason this time? May I ask which Marshall House's team are you from? At this moment, a steady voice sounded in everyone's ears. In the next instant, a team of 7 or 8 people appeared from behind a bush. The leader was a young man about 17 or 18 years old. He had a strong body and bronze-colored skin. He carried a broadsword on his back. Following behind the young man were a few strong men and 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were about 10 years old. The 2 children were very cute. The boy looked like a tiger, while the girl had a pair of big black eyes. Judging from the clothes of this group of people, they were most likely from St. Bell City. People born here were neighbors with demon beasts, so they all had a certain level of martial strength. The few of them stopped about 2 meters away from the Heavenly Star Marshall House. In their eyes, there wasn't the cautiousness and suspicion that they had imagined. This actually surprised the people from the Heavenly Star Marshall House. I'm Zui Mo, an instructor from Tensei Prefecture. This is our team leader. Instructor Shilan Zuamo, who is good at socializing, stepped forward to talk to the other party. Tensei Prefecture? The young man was a little surprised. The people behind him looked at each other, their faces vaguely puzzled. The dignified little boy muttered, I don't think we invited anyone from the Heavenly Star Marshall House. Sure. The little girl with a pair of big black eyes quickly interrupted him. Don't talk. All the high-ranked martial houses in the capital are very powerful, but I heard that Tensei Prefecture is the worst. I told you not to talk. Are you stupid? The little girl raised her hand and slapped the little boy's head. The little boy pouted and glared at the girl. Xiaoya, why did you hit me again? If you hit me again, I won't marry you anymore. Humph, who cares about you? The little girl crossed her arms in front of her, looking a little rude. The 2 children's behavior was a little funny, but the people from Tensei Prefecture also heard some clues from their conversation. So Emo narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the training teams from the other high-ranked martial houses in the Sky Lake Mountain Range were invited by the people of St. Bell City. As for the reason, he didn't know, but Tensei Prefecture came uninvited. However, the leading young man didn't mean to discriminate against Tensei Prefecture. He cupped his fists and laughed heartily, showing his neat white teeth. Everyone who comes as a guest, our St. Bell City welcomes you very much. My name is Lei Zhen. Please come with us. Zuaemo turned his inquisitive gaze to Shilan. After all, she was the leader and all decisions were up to her. Shilan raised her head slightly, nodded, and replied softly, Thank you. Lei Zhen was stunned by Shilan's beauty. He smiled politely, then led the way in the direction of St. Bell City with the people behind him. The students from Tensei Prefecture were confused, but also a little excited. To them, coming to St. Bell City was a relatively new experience. Little brother Lei Zhen, I have a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask. Zuaemo walked in front of Lei Zhen and said, Mentor Zuaemo, please speak. As far as I know, before this, there seemed to be many teams from the Imperial City coming to St. Bell City. Is this true? Yes, for example, Giant Elephant, Rhino, Bright Moon, Imperial Wind, and several other high-ranked martial houses have already arrived. We also saw the training teams from the various academies near Sky Lake Mountains, and that's why we sent the invitation. Because we didn't notice the teams from your academies, we couldn't send the invitation in time. Please forgive us. When Lei Zhen said this, he looked at Shilan with a slightly apologetic gaze. Shilan replied politely, We came uninvited, It's too abrupt. Mentor Shilan, you're too kind. Lei Zhen nodded humbly. Hey, Chu Hen. Mu Feng nudged Chu Hen with his elbow, squinted his eyes, and said, Don't you think that guy is deliberately trying to get close to Mentor Shilan? Haven't you done this kind of thing before? Chu Hen rolled his eyes at him. Damn, how can he compare to me? I'm loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when they see me. Shut up, thank you. Then may I ask, why did you send invitations to the various martial houses? Zuo Emo asked the question in his heart. Lei Zhen hesitated for a moment, then smiled in a friendly manner and said, This matter was decided by our tribe leader. As for the ins and outs of the matter, our tribe leader will personally explain to you when the time comes. Although he had doubts in his heart, seeing the friendly and calm expression in Lei Zhen's eyes, Zuo didn't put too much of his guard up. Since so many high-ranked martial houses had come, it meant that the danger was very low. Perhaps the chief of the tribe in St. Bell City had something to ask of the 5 prefectures. But no matter what, since he was already here, it wouldn't be too late to leave after seeing the situation. Chapter 101. Under the lead of Lei Zhen and the others, the group from Tensei Prefecture arrived at Xinzhong City. Time and wind had left many indelible marks on the walls of this ancient city. When they arrived at the foot of the city, an ancient and simple yet somewhat outdated aura greeted them. Compared to the prosperity of the capital, Xinzhong City was fundamentally different. Walking into Xinzhong City, they saw a road paved with solid marble with tall buildings standing on both sides. The buildings here were very simple but very sturdy, and they were basically made of the hardest material, granite. Our Xinzhong City is sometimes attacked by demonic beasts, so the defense must be the strongest and most reliable. Lei Zhen explained, although he was only 17 or 18 years old. There was a sense of maturity in his words. The boy and girl following behind Lei Zhen were muttering along the way, turning their heads from time to time and peeking at the group of students from Tensei Prefecture. Xiaoye, it is said that Tensei Prefecture is the worst. Why is big brother Lei Zhen so polite to them? The dignified little boy said softly, What do you know? Dumbo. Xiaoye acted like a little adult and secretly pointed at tutor Shilan in the group. Look at that big sister. She is so beautiful. Big brother Lei Zhen is naturally polite to her. You don't know that all men are the same. They all like beautiful women. Xiaoye, you called me Dumbo again. I have a name. I am Lei Dai. If you call me Dumbo again, I will ignore you. Who told your parents to give you such a name? Lei Dai, leader, isn't that Dumbo? The conversation between the two little fellows was faintly heard by the people from Tensei Prefecture. While they could not help laughing, they also felt a little helpless. After all, no one would be indifferent when they heard that their school was the worst. If these words didn't come from the two children's mouths, it was likely that many students would jump out to argue with them. As he entered the inner region of St. Bell City, he encountered many young disciples from other high-ranked martial houses. Hey, isn't it the team from Tensei Prefecture? That's true. Why are they here? Who knows? Most likely he ran here by himself. Look at the number of people who came to greet them. Even the number of people who came to greet us in St. Bell City was more than this. He really knows how to hurry. With regards to the imperial capital, which was ranked at the bottom of the martial houses, everyone only looked down on them. But many people's eyes also fell on Mentor Shilan. It's actually Mentor Shilan leading the team. It's such a pity that such an outstanding teacher is staying at the bottom of the Heavenly Star Academy. Yeah, the 5 great martial houses had invited Mentor Shilan several times, and the conditions they offered were better than the last. But she had always rejected them. I really don't know what she's thinking. While everyone was criticizing Tensei Prefecture, they were also praising Shilan. The people from Tensei Prefecture were used to this kind of situation. This was enough to show how popular Shilan was in the imperial capital. After a while, Lei Zhen brought everyone to an empty residential area. Everyone, I'll have to trouble you to stay here for the time being. When the rest of the teams from the high-ranked martial houses have arrived, the chief of our tribe will personally talk to you in detail. Before that, you can play in the city for a few days. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Thank you, Brother Lejean. Zhuo cupped his fists and said, Mentor Zhuo, you're too polite. Lejean replied politely. Then he cupped his fists and said to Shilan and the other mentors, I guess you're all tired, so I won't disturb your rest. If there's anything, I'll inform you immediately. Please wait patiently. Thank you. After saying a few simple words, Raisin left with the rest of the group. As soon as they left, the male and female students of the Heavenly Star Martial House immediately burst into an uproar. Wow, I'm so tired. Finally, there's a place to rest. But this place is really strange. There's nothing strange about it. I think that person is quite friendly. Looking at the lazy crowd behind him, Zhuo shook his head helplessly. This group of young people really lacked experience in going out. They were so tired that they couldn't even stand properly after walking such a short distance. Mentor Shilan, do you need me to check it out? Zhuo looked at Shilan with an inquiring gaze. No need. Shilan shook her head slightly and replied softly, You can do whatever you want. Yes. Hearing this, the young students looked as if they were liberated and found a place to rest in the empty house at the back. This room is mine. No one can fight with me. I want that. Finally, I can rest. My legs are about to break. Chu Hen looked at the rows of houses around him. The structure of the buildings was very simple. Although the rooms were small, they were very clean and comfortable to walk in. Like the others, although Chu Hen was puzzled, he didn't show too much of it. After all, these mentors had rich experience in going out, and there were many things that the students didn't need to worry about. After resting in the room for more than an hour, a series of footsteps came from outside the door. Hee, Chu Hen, let's go to other places for a stroll. Mu Feng poked his head in with a smile. The word pervert was clearly written in his sneaky eyes. The environment in St. Bell City is actually quite good. Who knows? There might be a romantic encounter waiting for me. Behind him, Haozi, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu were speechless. They shook their heads and sighed helplessly. However, they seemed to be quite interested in St. Bell City. Let's go. Chu Hen, it's not bad to walk around, Zhou Lu said. Chu Hen smiled and didn't refuse. St. Bell City wasn't small, but because it was isolated from the outside world for years, many of the facilities in the city looked old. It's those two little guys. Mu Feng glared and pointed at the boy and girl in front of him. The two people in front of him also saw Chu Hen and the others. It's these people again. They are from the worst school, the boy named Lei Dai said casually. Dummy, don't be so rude. Xiao Yu waved her hand and slapped the back of Lei Dai's head again. Lei Dai was bullied until tears welled up in his eyes. He clenched his fist and glared angrily. Xiao, you didn't care about him at all, she said sweetly to Chu Hen and the others. Brothers and sisters, do you need any help? Haha, good boy. Zhou Lu walked up and took out 2 pieces of candy as if she was performing a magic trick and handed them to them. This is for you. Take it. Lei Dai's eyes immediately lit up, and his saliva almost flowed out. Just as he was about to reach out, Xiao Yu raised her hand and was about to hit him. Lei Dai was so scared that he immediately withdrew his hand. Thank you, beautiful sister. Xiao Yu's mouth was very sweet, and her praise made Zhou Lu very happy. She gave the candy to the two and said, Then can you two show us around St. Bell City? Okay. The 2 children who got the candy nodded without hesitation. Mu Feng joked and said, This little girl is really amazing. In the future, when the little dummy marries her, he will definitely be controlled by her for the rest of his life. Big brother, are you saying that I'm a tigress? Xiao Yu said. No. Mu Feng quickly smiled and waved his hand. I mean, you are very cute and have a lot of character. Thank you, brother. Then I hope that you will find a wife who is more cute and has more character than me in the future. You. Mu Feng was so angry that he could only stare. The people at the side couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although this little girl was young, she was very crafty. Soon after, under the guidance of the two little guys, Chu Hen and the others began to tour St. Bell City. Although it was a tribal area isolated from the outside world, there were many strange buildings. Along the way, they were quite surprised and interesting. Beautiful sister, in front of us is the St. Bell Tower. This is the most sacred place in our St. Bell City, Xiaoyu said cheerfully. Under the attack of the candy, the two little guys had already become close to Zhou Lu and the others. They called Zhou Lu beautiful sister, making her smile. St. Bell Tower? Chu Hen was startled. What kind of place is this? Soon, they came to a vast square. Compared to the other buildings in St. Bell City, this square was built in a particularly imposing manner. There were many stone platforms and sculptures set up on the square. However, the most eye-catching thing was the 5 towers standing in the center of the square. These were 5 towers that exuded an ancient and desolate air. They looked like watchtowers, not like the Buddhist pagodas or round towers seen outside. The 5 towers were arranged in 5 directions: north, south, east, west, and center. The main tower in the center was nearly 100 meters tall and the most majestic. The other 4 were secondary towers. They were about 90 meters tall and were relatively smaller than the main towers. Actually, before this, Chu Hen and the others had already seen these 5 tall towers. But looking at them up close, they could really feel the majestic air that came from these 5 towers. What is that? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and saw that there was a giant bell on top of the main tower in the middle. From a distance, the giant bell was about 3 to 5 meters wide and about 10 meters tall. Mottled green and rust covered the surface of the giant bell, as if it had lost its original appearance under the erosion of time. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange force restrained Chu Hen's divine sense. In an instant, Chu Hen's consciousness became a little blurry. Both of his eyes became a little dull and absent-minded. At the same time, the huge bell that was placed at the top of the tall tower suddenly faintly trembled. Numerous cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the huge bell. The cracks were like lightning intersecting with each other, just like the ancient mysterious talisman. Clang! Chapter 102. Inside Xingzhou City, the ancient square exuded an ancient aura. The sacred towers towering over the square were like divine pillars that supported the heavens, ancient and majestic. At the bottom of the sacred tower, Chu Hen blankly stared at the top of the 5 towers. At the top of the central tower, there was a huge bell that seemed to have been there for a long time. It gave people an abnormally peculiar feeling. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Mu Feng couldn't help but nudge Chu Hen when he saw him standing there in a daze. Chu Hen snapped out of his daze, and his dazed eyes regained their luster. What's wrong? Why did you look like you've lost your soul? Mu Feng continued to ask. Haozi, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu also looked at each other in confusion. Chu Hen shook his head. I don't know what's going on either, but that bell seems a little unusual. Unusual? Mu Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered. Isn't it just a piece of scrap metal? What's so unusual about it? What are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ye and Lei Dai glared at Mu Feng angrily. What's wrong? This phantom bell is our Xingzhou City's most sacred treasure. How dare you call it a piece of scrap metal? I'm done with you. Xiaoyu was so angry that her cute little face was flushed red. Lei Dai also pointed at Mu Feng and scolded. I'm going to tell Grandpa Patriarch to hang you on a tree at the city gate and whip you. I'm going to hate your butt until it blossoms. Let's go, Xiaoya. I don't want to play with them anymore. Lei Dai grabbed Xiaoya's hand and was about to leave. Zhou Lu quickly stopped the two of them. Xiaoya, Lei Dai, don't be angry. That brother was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. I'll give you 2 candies each, okay? After saying that, Zhou Lu took out a few pieces of candy and gave them to the two. Children were easy to coax. As long as there was food, everything was fine. However, the two of them seemed to be prejudiced against Mu Feng and were unwilling to stand beside him. This made Chu Hen and the others even more surprised. Just what kind of object was that giant bell? How could it leave such a deep-rooted reverence in the heart of such a young child? Xiao, yeah, what's the secret of this phantom bell? Can you tell us? Chu Hen asked. Towards Chu Hen, the two children were quite pleasing to the eye. Only Patriarch Grandpa knows the secret of this illusionary spirit bell. However, Patriarch Grandpa said that this is a treasure left behind by our St. Bell City's ancestor. Xiao Ye's words didn't provide any useful information. However, Chu Hen could faintly feel that the rusty, copper-green bell contained a mysterious power that no one knew about. This might be related to the fact that the people of St. Bell City had invited the major martial houses here. If it was just an ordinary broken bell, even the two children wouldn't be so respectful to it. Hey, isn't this the champion of this year's Imperial Capital Martial House? Why are you here? At this moment, a familiar but ear-piercing voice suddenly rang in their ears. Chu Hen and the others turned their heads and saw a few high-spirited young men and women with arrogant expressions walking towards them from afar. On their chests hung a bright and beautiful badge. The words Imperial Style were written on the badge, and the strokes were as sharp as knives. They were from Tifeng Province. A cold glint flashed in the corner of Chu Hen's eyes, and his gaze fell on the two people leading the group. One of them was none other than Rin Wei, who had accompanied Shi Hui to Tensei Prefecture to stir up trouble. The saying, "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road," was true. Junior brother Chu Hen, we meet again. Ren Wei had a playful smile on his face. His gloomy eyes revealed an undisguised murderous intent. Ren Wei, what do you want? Li Hui took a step forward and spoke first. That day, you and senior brother Chu Hen made the 3 moves pact very clear. As long as senior brother Chu Hen can withstand 3 moves from you, he won't cause trouble for us in the future. Hee, the master hasn't even said anything, and his dog has already started barking. Not bad, not bad. Li Hui was so angry that his face turned red. After spending so many days together, he had long regarded Chu Hen as an elder brother and a good friend. Coupled with Chu Hen's outstanding strength, Li Hui was even more impressed. Ren Wei's words really made him burn with anger. What, do you want to bite me? Mad dog! Ren Wei mocked and sneered. Shut up! You're the F** King Mad Dog. Li Hui was furious. A strong true origin immediately exploded from his body. With a flick of his palm, he held his sword and rushed towards Ren Wei angrily. After these days of high-intensity cultivation and teacher Shilan's guidance, Li Hui's cultivation had already broken through to the 2nd level of the element opening realm. For a newcomer who had just entered the academy this year, this was already a very good result. However, facing Ren Wei, who was at the 6th level of the element opening realm, it was obviously not enough. Xiao Li, don't be rash. Hao Zi quickly stopped him. However, it was already too late. Ren Wei sneered and raised his right hand. With a hua sound, a metal chain surrounded by a golden glow flew out from his sleeve like a snake coming out of its hole. The solid and cold metal chain dragged a series of afterimages in the air and directly wrapped around Li Hui's neck. It was so fast that Li Hui didn't even have time to draw his sword. Ha! A piece of trash dares to be arrogant in front of me. A sinister smile appeared on Ren Wei's face. Seeing that Li Hui was about to be hit by the metal chain, Mu Feng, Hao Zi, Zhou Lu, and the others' expressions changed greatly. Even Lei Dai and Xiao Yi covered their eyes in fear. So, suddenly a young figure flashed in front of Li Hui like a ghost. At the same time he stretched out his palm. Vigorous black true essence surged out like a tide and collided head-on with the metal chain that was attacking him. Bang! The scattered energy immediately exploded in the air, and a circle of strong airflow surged in all directions. The metal chain that Renwei released was directly blasted back. Senior brother Chu Hen. Looking at Chu Hen, who stood in front of him, Li Hui was both grateful and ashamed. At the same time that Mu Feng, Zhou Lu, and the others slightly heaved a sigh of relief, a trace of seriousness surged into their faces once more. Only a stupid dog like you would bully the weak. Chu Hen's eyes surged with coldness, and his gaze that descended onto Renwei didn't conceal the contempt within it. Before Renwei could speak, another arrogant man beside him said with interest, "Ha ha, junior brother Renwei, it seems that you didn't tell this newcomer that he should show some respect in front of senior brothers and seniors." As soon as this person spoke, Li Hui and Zhou Lu, who were on Chu Hen's side, frowned slightly. "Senior brother Chu Hen, let's retreat. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. That guy is called Gua Sun, and it's said that he already has half a foot in the 7th level of the Origin opening stage. He's even more difficult to deal with than Renwei." Li Hui, who had calmed down, finally understood the situation in front of him and said to Chu Hen in a low voice. However, Chu Hen's expression did not change as he lightly laughed. "What's there to be afraid of? It just so happens that I have a score to settle with that stupid dog." "A score? What score?" Everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. Could it be because Renwei broke the agreement and used the 4th move? But didn't Renwei compensate Chu Hen with a spirit fall talisman? Humph! Renwei's face sank. Being called a stupid dog by Chu Hen over and over again caused him to feel even more furious. Renwei coldly said with a bit of a gloomy tone, "A loser dares to be arrogant in front of me? A loser? It seems like you were the one who lost the agreement of 3 moves last time, right? Then you shamelessly used the 4th move. That's even more embarrassing. If I were you, I'd run far away." "Shut up!" Renwei's anger rose, and his killing intent rose. "What? You want to bite me?" Chu Hen retorted without holding back. "Damned bastard! Do you dare to fight me again? I'll definitely make you kneel on the ground within 3 moves." Chu Hen don't agree to him. Zhou Lu hurriedly dissuaded him. Haozi and Li Hui also had anxious expressions on their faces. Only Mu Feng stood on the spot and quietly observed the situation. Although he did not believe that Chu Hen could fight against Renwei, the feeling that Chu Hen gave him was different every time. Mu Feng could basically confirm that compared to the time in Tensei Prefecture, Chu Hen definitely had more confidence in dealing with Renwei. Gua Sun and the other young men and women from Tifeng Province had a playful smile on their faces. Renwei pointed at Chu Hen and said, "Do you dare to agree to it?" "Why not?" But Chu Hen paused and smiled coldly. "It's really boring to fight like this. I need to add some stakes." "What stakes?" "An arm." "What?" The 4 ice-cold words were spat out from Chu Hen's mouth. Everyone in the room was shocked. "An arm?" "That's right." Chu Hen's deep eyes were like a sharp knife as he stared at Renwei's surprised face. "To be precise, it's a right arm. The limit is 3 moves. If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want of me. If I win, I'll personally chop off your arm." A gust of cold wind swept through the entire hall, and everyone present could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Haozi, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu were shocked. Wasn't this nonsense? "No, little Li, hurry up and inform instructors Wo Chu Hen is too reckless," Zhou Lu hurriedly said to Li Hui. Li Hui nodded. Without another word, he hurriedly ran back. Seeing the cold light in Chu Hen's eyes, Renwei could not help but understand. It seemed that Chu Hen already knew that the fallen spirit talisman had been tampered with. However, Renwei was surprised as to why the other party was still as good as before. After a short silence, Renwei's face lit up with a smug and disdainful smile. "Hee hee, I was just thinking about how to deal with you today. You actually delivered yourself to my door. Ren Wei pointed at a stone platform on the east side of the square. Please, your life, I'll take it today. Chapter 103. Below the Holy Bell Tower. On the east side of the plaza, Chu Hen and Ren Wei stood facing each other on a stone platform about 20 meters in length and width. The aura they emitted seemed to cause the surrounding air to solidify. What's going on? Over there? I think it's people from Tensei Prefecture and Tifeng Province. I heard that Chu Hen is challenging Rinwei. It's another 3 moves pact. Whoever loses this time will have an arm cut off. No way. Did that guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? A newcomer challenging Rinwei? Who knows? There are so many newcomers in the imperial capital every year, but there has never been such an arrogant one. It's most likely that he won first place in the star competition and forgot his own name. Over the past few days, many students from high-ranked martial houses had come to Holy Bell City. Many of them were wandering around the Holy Bell Tower. When they heard that there was a show to watch, they all gathered here. Not long after, a large crowd gathered below the platform. Among them were some people from Holy Bell City's local tribes. It's really people from Tensei Prefecture. A bottom feeder academy dares to come here and embarrass themselves. I support Senior Brother Ren Wei's victory. Teach that guy a good lesson. In comparison, most of the people present were supporting Di Feng and suppressing Tianxing. Zhou Lu and Haozi were secretly anxious. Why hasn't Xiao Li called Mentors Mo and the rest over? You two don't have to worry, Mufeng said. The two of them were startled and looked at each other in confusion. Mufeng didn't have much worry on his face. His tone was solemn as he replied. With Chu Hen's personality, he wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Think about it. When did something really happen to him? Hearing Mufeng's words, Zhou Lu and Haozi unconsciously relaxed. That guy is really calm, a young man from Tifeng Province said disdainfully. He's just pretending to be calm. Once Senior Brother Rinwei makes his move, he'll panic. I think so too. The other genius from Tifeng Province, Guasan, crossed his arms in front of him and rubbed his chin with his left hand. He looked interested. Interesting. On the high platform, Rin Wei's eyes were ferocious as he stared coldly at Chu Hen like a wild beast. Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell instead. Today, I'll definitely twist your hands and feet off. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Whoosh! As soon as Chu Hen finished speaking, a white light flashed and the Demon Punisher's spear appeared in his hand. A sharp aura was released from his body. The restrained aura made Chu Hen give people a feeling that he was as steady as Mount Tai. You'll have to pay a painful price for your shameless boasting. Ren Wei's eyes were filled with ferociousness and killing intent. Together with the powerful aura of a level 6 element opening realm, his surging true yuan surged out like a raging tide. On the stage, a strong wind was blowing. Many people below the stage, unconsciously, took a few steps back due to Ren Wei's aura. In a split second, Ren Wei raised both of his hands. 2 ice-cold golden chains flew out from his left and right sleeves. The 4 chains swept across the air. The vast and mighty aura was like a raging dragon as it directly attacked the vital points on Chu Hen's body. The murderous aura caused the crowd's expression to change. Compared to the previous time in Tensei Prefecture, Ren Wei did not leave any leeway for Chu Hen. Facing the 4 metal chains that were flying towards him, the corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed and a disdainful smile surfaced on his face. Buzz! A domineering black true yuan quickly climbed onto the demon punishing spear as Chu Hen fearlessly faced it head-on. Streams of black light swirled around the tip of the spear like tornadoes. In the next instant, a series of black spear glows erupted and collided with the 4 incoming chains. Boom! The spear glows and the chains collided, causing a violent shockwave to erupt on the stage. The violent shockwave caused a dozen cracks to appear on the stage. Chaotic shockwaves spread out in all directions, and the heavy sound of waves reverberated in the air. What astonished the crowd was that Chu Hen had actually blocked Rinwei's all-out attack. Isn't this guy only at the third level of the element opening realm? A confused voice sounded out from the crowd. Before the voice faded, Chu Hen had already used the demon punishing spear to flick away the 4 chains. His figure flashed as he executed the Big Dipper roaming dragon steps and charged towards his opponent like a phantom. Rin Wei was extremely shocked. How long had it been since they last met? How did Chu Hen's strength become so strong? Previously in Tensei Prefecture, Chu Hen did not even dare to face Rin Wei's attack head-on. But now, when the two of them collided, Ren Wei was not able to gain the slightest advantage. Humph! Don't celebrate too early. A poisonous glint flashed in Ren Wei's eyes as the true yuan within his body became abnormally restless. With a swoosh, the 5th iron chain burst out from the belt lock on Ren Wei's abdomen, along with an extremely rapid, wind-breaking momentum. Buzz, buzz, a resplendent golden glow shone brightly as the golden glow that enveloped the surface of the chains instantly transformed into the silhouette of a giant viper. An ice-cold killing intent spread in all directions. Beautiful, senior brother Rinwei. A genius student from Tifeng province shouted. That kid is going to lose for sure. Tensei Prefecture is indeed a trashy place at the bottom. They only know how to talk arrogantly, but when it comes to a real fight, they are full of openings. The 5th Golden Chain's attack was fierce and swift. From the audience's point of view, Chu Hen could not dodge it at all. Who knew that Chu Hen had no intention of dodging at all? Humph, don't you think it's too much to use the same move twice? The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. A surging and overbearing black true yuan covered the entire Demon Punisher spear. The long and narrow patterns on the Demon Punisher spear twisted strangely and bloomed with a strange, dark, golden luster. The patterns were like vines that wrapped around Chu Hen's arm, and a feeling of being connected to the Demon Punisher spear surged into his heart in an instant. An extremely dangerous aura leaked out from Chu Hen's body. A condensed spear light followed the Demon Punisher spear and fell down. As it moved, the tip of the spear light was quickly wrapped in ripples of air waves. The spiral-shaped light beam rotated rapidly, causing the space to tremble faintly. Boom! The incomparably powerful spear tip collided with the 5th golden chain. An impact force that was comparable to a mountain bloomed on the stage. As the stone tiles on the stage cracked continuously, Ren Wei's aura was instantly suppressed under the shocked gazes of the audience. Bang! The golden afterglow that lingered on the 5th golden chain directly collapsed and exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Ren Wei's body shook violently. His eyes widened and his expression changed greatly. The tip of Chu Hen's foot touched the ground, and he glided forward with his spear, instantly appearing in front of his opponent. Whoosh! A circle of heavy waves spread out. In the next instant, the cold tip of the Demon Punisher spear directly pressed against Ren Wei's throat.